sort of just the relaxation of the horse, and it's something that's quite difficult to get. It's not. It looks such an easy movement, but to ride this well and to get the marks, it is difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. It's getting your preparation spot on, isn't it? So that you've got the horse in front of your leg enough for all the other movements, and relaxed enough to be able to show the relaxation. You know, this horse actually did quite a nice extended walk, and then has just got a little bit tight as she's gathered back up to the medium walk. Nice canter transition. I should think this horse in the future is going to do a really, really smart test, because the overall picture is very pleasant to look at, isn't it?
It is very nice. It's got a lot of presence, really uphill, as you've said, and Emma doing a great job of riding this test.
Yeah, because the horse is, he's showing a little bit of greenness and almost needs his hand holding, doesn't he, through some of the movements, and she's doing a very good job of that. Just got a little bit tight. It's these young horses, as soon as they come across that diagonal, we've been practicing the changes, outside, and they do start to know. And then because of that, ended up with a little spook when we got back onto the track there.
It's come now.
And that first change has just upset the rhythm a little bit, hasn't it? When they're just not quite established in the changes, you can see it just starts to pay the penalty for the rest of the test.
So the judge there just on these half serves looking for that engagement and the sort of the bend of the horse, and as you said, Matt, it just missing that first flying change just upset the apple cart slightly, but Emma doing a great job of containing Bollyborn Cedric, and a good halt to finish. So Emma Silman and Bollyborn Cedric, they complete their test. Pats down the neck for them. It looked a solid test in the main. I'm sure they will be delighted with that. As we saw yesterday, the ground jury members Andrew Benny and Amanda Miller were marking very sensibly and professionally. They were marking the movements well that were done well, and the movements that not done so well. They did lose the marks, but you could afford to have a few sort of upsets and still get a good score.
Yeah, I mean, I think Andrew Benny he's fresh off the back of early as well, so he'll be happy to use those high marks as well, won't he? It's nice to see judges giving the high marks when the horses do things well. It's always very frustrating as riders when we end up sitting. You can see, there's not much between a 6 and an 8, and then that gets annoying. I think all of us would rather see forwards used when it's not, when it's not good, and let's see a few 8s and 9s when things are really nice.
So we've got some scores in. Emily Young Jameson and OBS Ninja, are they first horse in today? 37.9 their dressage score, putting them into 25th place. And Emma Silman, Bollyborn Cedric, who we've just seen go through their test, that will score of 36.7, sat into 22nd position. So the first two horses in, no one troubling the top 10 yet, but we've still got a good 30 horses to come today. And our latest horse down the centre line, it's a ride for Ed Eltham. Ed coming forward on Stewart and David Barker Meadows. Indigo the 8th, this 9-year-old gelding by Vitaro.
Yeah, first centre line, really nicely into the halt, and then unfortunately he kind of just almost crossed his back legs in the halt, and then a little bit of tension there, just coming into the medium trot as well at the end of the shoulder in. So it's a very difficult situation, but Ed's got a lot of experience. He's a very relaxed character as well, so you'll hopefully see this horse grow in confidence as he goes through the test, because when they've made mistakes like that early on, to then be able to really transfer and get the horse's confidence back can be quite difficult, especially when they're at this age. And you can see that was much better. The shoulder in and the medium trot, that was really quite pleasant. It's got a lovely outline, this horse. The picture is very nice, isn't it?
The overall picture, and Ed, a very experienced rider. He's had spent 6 years with Nicky Ryan. Obviously learned a lot there and rode a lot of horses for Nicky. And this horse has had a number of top 10 placings, had advanced and open intermediate level this season. This is their second 4-star short. scored a 40.8 at Barbary Castle in the 4-star short there. So we'll see what they can do here. But just bits of tension coming into this test so far.
Yeah, absolutely. It almost looked to me like Ed ended up getting crossed to the in that first part of the half pass. Ended up getting across to the centre line a bit quick, and then had to hold out. Couldn't just go straight into the next bit. And then the horse showed a bit of tension, and a bit of tension creeping into the walk. Now this horse is a little bit volatile by the looks of it in this phase.
They're doing a great job of just trying to contain Indigo the 8th. And almost now it's trying to nurse the horse through the movements.
And that he did a really good job in that pirouette, didn't he? Because the horse didn't offer him any sort of preparation at all. And Ed did a good job of trying to get the best he could there. Lots of jogging through this walk. It's going to be very, very difficult for the judges to offer any sort of good marks for the movements, because unfortunately he keeps just taking those jog steps and offering that tension. Interestingly, now Ed's managed to relax the reins a little bit. You feel like the horse is just started, and as I've said that, all the jogging's come back again, but Ed sitting as relaxed as possible, just trying to get to the canter as quickly as possible, I would imagine.
But it is a lot for these horses to take in. Of this arena, it is very atmospheric. You've got all the hospitality in front of them, the board, the flags. It's a lot for these young horses to take in. And it just seems that Indigo the 8th is just sort of not on side today. Let's see what he can do through the canter movements of this test.
Looks much more comfortable in the canter. As soon as he's got into the canter, the horse looks much more relaxed. Ed's able to, you can see Ed's managing to get his leg on now and ride the horse forward. I should think he was relieved to get back into the canter. Little bit of tension through the change there. A little bit more of a kind of swinging from one leg to the other rather than a nice clean change. But still, at this level, at this age,
they're still sort of learning their trade at this sort of this class, this 8 and 9-year-old class. The horses aren't yet established at this level.
No, completely. And you do see the odd horse come out, and they'll do that. Change was much better, wasn't it? Much nicer change. And the canter work has been really quite pleasant. So hopefully the judges will be able to, put some marks into the horse here, and Ed will manage to, retrieve a little bit of a positive score at the end.
Ed Eltham and Indigo the 8th, they complete their test in the Palace Arena.
Big puff of the cheeks from Ed there. I think he was quite relieved to get to the end. When they get so tight on you in those early movements, it really is very, very difficult to then get the whole way through the test without it unravelling, and he did a very good job.
As Ed Eltham, Indigo the 8th, he'll wander on out of the arena. As you can see, we've had 3 horses come forward in this 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. And what a great job the Jockey Club have done on putting this event on. They've got some wonderful partners on board. We've got Paul Roger, obviously the champagne sponsor of this event, and they've got a real history with eventing, and Blenheim Palace. Obviously, it was the favourite drink of Sir Winston Churchill, who was obviously born here and buried not that far away, just at Blaydon. Then they've got Boodles Jewellers. Great to have them on board again, obviously sponsors of the Gold Cup. And they're a jeweller that are family run, and the only jeweller on Bond Street to still be family run, and they've got their flagship office in Liverpool. So great to have got the likes of Bentley, NFU Mutual Insurance.
Going back to Bentley, I should think Andrew Benny was probably getting quite excited about being sat in one at the end of the arena, did you think? And then ended up in a rather senior Land Rover.
Well, no, it's great to have these sort of Land Rovers here, but last year, yes, the ground jury were a rather cock-a-hoot because they got to sit in these lovely Bentleys. But Bentley, they do have their stand here, so if you are visiting this weekend, do go and see them. They've got some great cars on show.
Absolutely. I had a wander by yesterday, and light years away from what I'm driving around in, that's for sure.
Get a little selfie?
I didn't know, but there's still time.
But no, I mean, going back to this, obviously you're riding the long mat, the 4-star short and the 4-star long cross-country has been designed and built by David Evans and his team. It looks like there's some real questions out there, particularly in the long format that will be on Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of talk about the new water at the top. Very nice that the estates allowed David to put a new water in up the top. He's designed a tricky question, and that top section of the course, will be influential. There's quite a few combinations up there, as well as the water. The ground looks, they've done a super job on the ground because, I'm very lucky. I'm a little bit further up north, and we are lush green at the moment. And you can see in this arena, it is lush green in the main arena. But when you walk outside of the arena and off the tracks, you realise that that actually they haven't had that much rain. So they really have done a wonderful job with the water in the last couple of weeks.
We're still just waiting for Ed Eltham's score to be calculated to come into us. We'll wait with interest with that. So just have a look at the leaderboards as they stand at the moment. So here's the top 10. Gillian Bill King, Duran Superstar at 27.6. It's a competitive score. Just looking back through the Equa ratings data, the average score of the winning horse after dressage, 27.1. And then the average three-phase score of the winner, 29.1. So it's posting some good scores at them here in this class. Sarah Bullimore, Avita AP, that was a lovely test yesterday to score the 27.8. And as Matt said earlier, Tom Jackson and Newton Belize on 4th place, 29.2. A man riding on a high at the moment, in really good form, having had that 2nd place at Burley. Georgie Campbell, Darcy De La Rose, 29.2. The lovely grey. That was a lovely test. A few small little mistakes in the changes, but overall a good solid test. And our last horse in of the day yesterday, Monbeg Alcatraz, Flora Harris, they moved into 6th spot on that 29.9, but it's really tight at the top. We see Danny Evans on that 30.8 in 10th place. We'll just then look at the 11 to 20 as they come down. We see there our horse yesterday, Eva Clark, Sportfield Freelance. They were first into the arena yesterday, 30.9, and there's only one show jump that separates the top 12. Aaron Miller there, Cooley Exchange, 31.6. And that clear rate of only 28% in this 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim Plaza International Horse Trials. That show jumping is going to be really influential tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Dye always builds a very, very technical track. It tends to jump you into the crowd quite a lot, and what I mean by that is when the fences are lined, rather than facing towards the middle of the arena, you end up facing towards the public, and it's very easy for the young horses to get distracted at that stage. But actually, this is why we bring them here, because we've banged on about the atmosphere in the dressage and the atmosphere in the jumping, and the technicality of the show jumping track. But this is what they're going to be, coming and facing over the next few years. So it's great exposure for them, which is why this class is as busy as it is.
No, and it is just amazing how you can have actually a very good show jumper but they come into this arena and just the sort of the grandeur of it. You've got the palace as the backdrop on one side, and it doesn't make them bad jumpers, but they just sort of tense up, and some guys sometimes can lose their jump, and that's when poles start falling.
Absolutely. So, what you tend to find happen sometimes is that you come into the arena and you don't end up riding the horse that you know. I think that's the best way of describing it. You've done all your work at home. You've prepared yourself. You've gone to the shows. You've got a feeling for what your horse normally feels like, and then they go in there. They slightly hold their breath, and within 30 seconds of them not breathing as normal, a horse can feel very, very different, and then you're not quite all the usual buttons you're used to pressing just don't seem to be there anymore.
And as a rider, Matt, you've done your dressage yesterday on one of them. What do you do today with the horse that obviously will be competing tomorrow? Do you leave it in its stable, take it for a walk? What's your sort of how does the day look for the horse that doesn't compete today?
He will go and have different for every horse, to be completely honest. He doesn't need an awful lot of work today, so as soon as I've finished here, I think Lucy Jackson's going to take over from me. We're sharing a jump slot. She's jumping her horses at the moment, and then she's going to pop into the hot seat here, and then I'm going to go and have a quick jump on mine during the jump session this morning, and we have a practice jump field down in the stables, and I will go and just literally leave the ground on him. I'll probably jump 10, 12 fences, in a similar way than you'd probably just give one a school sometimes the day before if they felt like you needed it with the racehorses as well. And but every horse is different. There are lots of horses I wouldn't jump, but he is one that I will, as much as anything, because he quite enjoys it, and it'll just be a nice. He had a tense day of having to get worked up ready for the dressage, and it'll be a nice release for him today.
And the horse you come forward on later in the 4-star long, have you given him a ride this morning, or is he a horse that will come out better fresh?
He actually needs quite a lot of work, so I've worked him this morning already. He's going to have a little jump in a minute, and then he'll probably have a little loose lunge this afternoon. The reason I do the loose lungings is just so that they get a bit of exercise and lose a bit of freshness, but without actually having to work too hard through the muscles on their body. This looks like, I think this is Louise Bradley, is it?
Yeah, we were just looking with interest. We were expecting to see Cash in Hand Nora Slough come forward, but they have not chosen to come forward in this class. So our next horse into the arena, as Matt said, will be Louise Bradley. Louise coming forward on Mrs. Alison Garlick's Pontstown Brave. This 9-year-old gelding by Clover Flush. I saw Louise and Alison out walking the course last night. They were having what they called their first walk, which is their sociable walk, where they just sort of have a bit of a chat as well. Yeah,
it's interesting, isn't it? Like people have different systems, don't they, as to how they like to do things, and I actually quite like my first walk to be on my own and have a real so you don't get relaxed about something that potentially needs a bit more respect, because once you've got to that mindset, it's very, very difficult then to switch back on.
See now Louisa entering the arena. This horse already done 2 4-star short competitions. They were at Bersham 37.1 and at Hartbury 35.6. They completed in this class last year. Dressage then 39.9. So the marks are improving from last year, and we'll see what they can do here.
Yeah, it was a nice entry. This horse, Louise, is doing a good job. He hasn't got masses of movement, and he shows that quite a lot in the early part. But she's very, very correct in presenting the horse into the right movements at the right time. And you have to get marks for that correctness. The judges will be offering marks because of the accuracy in which she's riding.
So then just go from the shoulder in to that medium trot. Test being ridden is that 4-star dressage test A. And back round for the first of the extended trots.
We talked about that accuracy, and she's really gone to show more in that than she did in the medium trots, which is is correct. That is an extended trot across the arena, and the judges will want to see more than was on offer in the mediums.
Louise, who spent time with William Fox Pitt before setting up herself on her own, and been very successful since setting up on her own. Produced a lot of nice young horses, rode a lot of young horses with the Ardeo prefix. Horses produced and sold by Mel and Stephen Rinn over in Ireland. This horse was sourced by Nicky Roncaroni.
He's a Nicky type as well, this horse, isn't he? This is a, dare I say it, and I don't want to jinx him, but this is a 5-star type. As you're looking at the horse, this is a 5-star type.
Yeah, no, he's a good 16-3. So as you say, because Nicky always liked quite a big horse.
Yeah. Really accurate in those, wasn't she? I'm really hoping that I don't jinx it, but the accuracy in which she's ridden has been, very admirable. And although this horse, he wouldn't, I don't think anyone's going to be looking to try and pinch him for a dressage career watching today. But he's very rideable. She's done a good job of training him to be very, very rideable and very accurate. Just a little bit of tension as she went to the medium walk there from the extended.
Dressage test is all about the accuracy. You can throw a lot of marks away from not riding accurately. Louise comes for that extended canter down the long side.
Just a little bit popping his quarters in the extended canter there. He just looks a little bit resistant to the leg sometimes when she goes to ask for that little bit more. A little bit of tail swishing as well, wasn't there? Just showing sometimes that can be a sign of resistance. Sometimes they just like to show off.
That's Louise coming for the first of these changes.
That was a lovely change. Very clean, off the ground.
She really, obviously, horse has really progressed. 8 years old. Scoring that 39.9 here. Now at 9, it definitely looks like it's going to be a better mark than that.
I'd like to think so, for sure. I mean, she certainly hasn't looked like she's had, too many places where she's lost marks. Certainly not through accuracy, that's for sure. Little bit bum high in that change. Ended up clean, but probably a stride late on the aids, and ended up a bit bum high. But still, for a horse of this age, very good.
Still learning the ropes. Obviously, Louise will be a accredited coach as well. Does she final halt and salute in front of our ground jury members, Andrew Benny at C and Amanda Miller at E, as that completes Louise's test. And I understand, Matt, you've got to now go away and give your horse a quick jump.
Absolutely, I'm going to slope off and do that. And,
thank you very much for all your sort of thoughts on the test so far. It's been much appreciated.
Super. I'll go and have a go later. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
So we've got a score in for Ed Eltham on Indigo the 8th, our previous horse in. They scored a mark of 40.4. And we'll await with Louise Bradley and Pontstown Braves mark with interest as we see her just walking away from the arena in a lovely, relaxed manner. Just walking past there, our ground jury member Amanda Miller from the USA at E. Just giving her a smile as we are in a sun-bathed Blenheim International Horse Trials in the Palace Arena for the second day of action. This our second day of dressage. Tomorrow these horses will come forward for the show jumping, and then the cross country on the Sunday around the David Evans designed track. And it looks a fairly good test out there for the horse and rider. Some really good questions, some nice inviting fences, but the horse and riders are going to need to be accurate and bold. And it's great to have sat alongside me now Lucy Jackson. Lucy, how are you?
I'm extremely well, thank you. Good morning. What a beautiful morning it is, and what a massive honour it is to be at Blenheim Palace.
It's great. Well, great to have you here, and thank you so much. I hear you've literally just been jumping one of your horses. You've been sharing a jump slot with Matt, and you're sort of now here to come and give your wisdom on this dressage.
I know, we do bang on about how lucky we are to be part of the eventing family, but Tina Cook, I think, was here commentating earlier. She's been required elsewhere, so Matt and I were asked to commentate. We said, that's fine. I've got 2 horses I've just jumped this morning, and he's about to go and use the rest of the jumping slot till midday. So it's a pleasure to be here.
As into the arena comes Emily Grace on Venezuela. This German-bred mare, 9 years old, by Viscount, owned by Mr. Vincent Jones. As they come forward and produce a nice halt and set off into the early part of this test.
You'd have to say that was a beautiful, relaxed entry. The horse's ears at sort of, I like to think, sort of 10 to 2, half-mast. It looks like a relaxed horse. And, you know, a lot of the challenge for these young horses in the short format here is to do with their attitude to the main arena. It would be the biggest atmosphere they've ever experienced. It would be among the most challenging tests they've ever done. So a lot of what we're looking for is really for them to have a good time. Not too good a time, I don't want them to go crazy, but this horse looks like it's really accepting the atmosphere, listening to his rider, her rider.
And this horse is producing a lovely overall picture. I mean, it's got some good 3-star form. They've been trending around sort of the 33 to 30 mark at that 3-star level.
Lovely rhythmic trot. Perhaps if we could be critical, we'd love to see the horse a little more engaged to bring the poll up a little bit more, have the front end a fraction higher. But again, you know, 8-9-year-olds in the pure dressage world, they'd already be doing sort of probably Grand Prix or something similar. But for these horses with the 3 disciplines, you know, we're trying to be jack of all trades and probably master of none according to the purists. But I think this is really so far very smooth test. You know, could we have a bit more impulsion? Yes. Could we have a bit more engagement activity and uphill? Yes. But overall, I'm really enjoying, you know, it's a pleasant picture.
Now Emily coming into the walk movements of this test, 23 years old. She's the first rider for Pressy Sparks eventing.
And I think on fit event horses, this seeming age in walk is something we don't always look forward to. And again, the horse is relaxed, but due to that fraction of lack of engagement, I'd say these turn on the haunches are a little bit big in the size of the circle that the hind legs make. But importantly, the hind legs didn't stick. It was a good marching rhythm with the hind legs. So it won't be a top score, but it'll be a reasonable score, and it's a good building block. It's a good foundation for his future. Her future, I do apologise.
And then we're coming into the walk movement. I was saying to Matt earlier, it's such a difficult movement, this, to actually get right. It just seems so simple, just walking the extended walk, but to try and get the horse to draw its head down and get that over track, you know, with the walk, it is difficult. And
often if you're really good at the extended walk, you dread coming back to the collected walk to then prepare to go into canter. They're well aware not only of what comes at the C marker, i.e. canter, but also what comes tomorrow and the following phases. It's all about the gallop, and we don't always want to necessarily select a horse. It's nice if they've got a good walk, but their cross-country prowess or their desire to go forward is greater than that. So sometimes you have to manage being careful what you wish for. So I'd say here in that canter half pass, there's probably lacking a little bend, lacking some crossover. Again, the rhythm is good, but I feel with the horses on side as she looks to be, I think perhaps a little bit braver from the jockey there, and the change did eventually happen somehow, but not really in the right sequence. But again, hasn't flustered the jockey or the horse, so hopefully can go on and perhaps be a little bit more demanding of the horse on this next canter half pass. A little bit like us, they very often have a direction that they favour. Are they left-handed or right-handed? Are we left-handed or right-handed? There was a better neck bend, but not quite parallel enough. The quarters could come over to be more matching in the positioning relative to the horse's shoulders.
Because this the horse's first 4-star appearance, and obviously it's all very well doing your flying changes at home, but it's a completely different having to do them in a competition environment.
It certainly is. That definitely adds a bit of pressure, and that was late behind, but again stayed on the straight line and didn't get flustered, so not going to ruin any of the other movements on the back of one late change. So I think overall, gorgeous rhythm, lovely picture, great attitude, and there's plenty of scope for improvement as he goes on, and the mare is presented at this level again in the future, but a fantastic building block, so well done. I think she'll be delighted.
A good solid test, as Lucy says there, from Emily Grace and Venezuela, leaving the Palace Arena here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials in this 8 and 9 year old class. Myself, Ben King, in if you're just joining us, and Lucy Jackson sat alongside me, bringing you all the action from this class. We just saw Louise Bradley and Pontstown Brave before Emily came in, and they scored a very respectable 31.2, putting them into 12th position at this stage of the competition. Class still led by Gillian Bill King for America and the Richard Ames owned Darren Renner Superstar on 27.6. No one's broken into the top 10 yet this morning, but we've still got a good 30 combinations to come forward today. A lot can change, and I think the leaderboard will change a lot in tomorrow's show jumping. It really is quite an atmospheric arena to come into tomorrow for all these young horses.
It definitely is, and I think we're really lucky that, you know, there are young horse series, Next Gen and Burley Young Event Horse 4 and 5 year olds, and then you go on to Osberton where there are 4, 5 and 6 year olds. There's Le Lion d'Angers in France, there's the World Championships for the 6 and 7 year olds, and I'm going to show my age now by saying I remember before the days when we had a Blenheim 8 and 9 year old, but what a fantastic concept, what a fantastic competition in terms of setting up your stars of the future, and also being able to have a goal that means so much for these 8, 9 year old horses. Really good challenging dressage arena, as you say, Ben, rightly. Very, very challenging show jumping, often the most influential phase here at Blenheim. And then equally to be able to go out and tackle a David Evans track of this calibre is just, you know, a huge tick in the box for any of the horses that are lucky enough to come here.
And coming forward now is a lady that is no stranger to the big time. It is for Canada. It's Catherine Robertson coming forward on her own. Cloud K, this 9-year-old German-bred gelding by Coconut Cream. Obviously, Catherine's such an experienced rider. Represented Canada at the Rio Olympics on Let It Be, and also married to Italian Giovanni Ugolotti, the dynamic Italian Giovanni Ugolotti. Both of them such great producers of horses.
Very difficult for Catherine this week. She's got Giovanni in the World Championship competition over in Pretonia at the moment, and she's here at her own championship with this lovely 9-year-old. So both sides of the globe, they've got a young son as well, Finn. I think Emily Littlejohn's been drafted back in to give them a hand on what is clearly a logistically very challenging week, aside from the obvious, which is the enormous pressures of competing at this level.
And this combination come forward. They had a good run at Hartbury in the 4-star there. They scored a 39.2 in the dressage. Obviously Hartbury run, that was in August. Run to come off the back of. Slightly Cloud K's head just coming up, a little bit of resistance there.
A little bit of a spook at something, but actually regained the rhythm quite nicely, and I like the activity here. I like the uphill frame. She looks like she's being able to be relatively brave in terms, sounds a crazy thing to say when you think of the bravery required for cross country, but the bravery in the dressage arena has always been a concept that tickled me slightly to start with, but I now get what they mean, is that if you really feel you can put your leg on and really ask the horse of his maximum, you know, in the tension, avoiding the tension. So sometimes in the big arenas you feel like you have to sit a little bit still. You have to whisper your instructions to make sure you don't upset them if they're already on edge. A little bit of a twitch of the nose there again. Something about the bottom end of that arena. That's good crossing of the legs there. You know, there is room for it to be a fraction more parallel, but I think overall the rhythm is super, the crossing is super, the bend is good. So I like those 2 half passes. I think that was well ridden.
Yeah, this horse did compete in this class last year as an 8-year-old, and that was when ridden by Catherine's husband, Giovanni Ugolotti. So, and as Lucy says, Giovanni out in Italy at those World Championships. Catherine comes into these half passes now. It's a great producer of young horses. Actually produced Billy the Red, that was ridden by Christina Cook at the European Championships at Le Moulin in 2019, and those World Championships in Tryon in 2018.
I'm sure we're not supposed to swear. It's a bugger of a movement, that. It's really, you almost get punished for having a good walk. You can see here his beautiful big steps with his hind legs. They are over-tracking the position or the footprint that the front foot left. So that is a good over-track for an extended walk. The better your extended walk or the bigger your natural walk, the harder it is to step up and down on the spot as is required for a walk pirouette. Turn on the horses, didn't know why I called it that earlier. Getting a bit muddled, but here she is there, back to a nice collected walk. He looks to be quite calm, and then getting ready for the strike off, which unfortunately he just dropped behind her leg. Then the irony is that you're trying to stay and walk for as long as you can, and then you stay and walk too long, which actually made it tricky for her to show a really definite move up into the extended canter, and again a really definite transition back to the collected canter at the end. It's supposed to be the whole way down the long side, but a super angle there in the canter half pass. We like those steps, we like that bend. So probably a late transition to canter and then a slightly indefinite move up and back from the extended canter, but then made up for with a great half pass. How are his changes? Oh, wow. That was smart. That was seriously smart.
It's a nice overall picture. There's some really nice elements to this test.
Just having to manage him, isn't she, down the short side at the bottom there, which she's doing brilliantly. You can just feel every time he goes past there's somebody that he has taken a slight disapproving to. Poor bloke minding his own business, sitting on the chair. Has been taken exception to. But this, I think, so far, I don't want to jinx it now. Let's just get another really good change out. Fantastic. Really good step through, didn't break rhythm. Super sequence of the legs. Didn't alter his outline. Well done, Catherine. That's two really good changes, and those will be useful when he steps up inevitably to the hopefully 5-star level when he's got to do 4 of them.
We've seen a lot of young horses almost sort of not nail their changes like we just saw Cloud K did, so they definitely will be rewarded for that.
We hope.
As they walk on, looking very relaxed now, out of the arena. Cloud K, Catherine Robinson complete their test here in the Palace Arena in this 8 and 9-year-old class.
And I think it's worth noting that the 4-star level, or the step up to advanced, is the first time these horses need to do flying changes in an arena situation or dressage arena situation. Obviously you hope that they'll do them in the show jumping before that, but we spend quite a lot of time practicing cantering on the wrong leg, encouraging them not to do a flying change, which perhaps may come more naturally to them, and then we suddenly say, well, thank you very much for being able to canter on the wrong leg. I now need you to do a flying change on command on a straight line. So it's something, that hasn't always been in the sport of eventing in the dressage phase, but I think it's a great thing that has been brought in, and I think hopefully we're getting slightly better at them with time, but they must have been in now for at least 10 years or more.
And score in for Emily Grace and Venezuela. They score 33.3, so it puts them into a 19th position. We'll just have a look at the leaderboards as they stand at the moment. There hasn't been a great deal of change at the top 10 horses coming forward, top 10 horses at the moment. None of the horses coming forward breaking into that top 10, but if we then look further down the leaderboard, horses then 11th Aoife Clark, first horse in the arena yesterday on Sportsfield Freelance, 30.9. Emily Grace, we see Venezuela 33.3, we saw earlier on, 19th position. Louise Bradley, Pontstown Brave, 31.2 in 12th place. So the scores are very tight at the top. The top 13 only separated by 4 penalties, so that's a pole. So that show jumping will be all important tomorrow morning. That show jumping will be live on this live stream from 8 o'clock. And what a great morning of jumping it promises to be. A die body design track. She always designs a track that is very much sort of encouraging and open, but she does like to try and sort of put the turns in and the dog legs that can see the fences full.
You might find them encouraging. I find them faintly terrifying. And I suppose everything's relative. I'm very lucky. I've got a gorgeous 8-year-old, but he'd be hugely sort of inexperienced, as many of them are in this great atmosphere. So this is a very attractive horse. Grand by design. a dun gelding, 9 years old, by Legrand, out of Gallivant, ridden by Emma Manton.
Emma, yes, 22 years old, from Somerset, comes forward, competed in the 4-star short at Chatsworth, scoring a 36.0. And actually competed in this class last year. 40.4 was their mark then.
This is a very smart start. Really striking horse, isn't he? I think he looks like he's a big, tall horse. 167 centimetres. What's that in old speak? 16.3?
Yeah, 16.3, yeah.
So he's a big, tall horse, and at this age, until they really develop their strength over the next year or three, I think sometimes a great big mover like this is almost a challenge to manage. I mean, first world problems. It's gorgeous to have such a flash mover, but I think you can see a little bit in slight inconsistencies in his contact, slight inconsistencies in the angle he keeps, that his flashness, to a degree there, a few uneven steps as he goes across the diagonal, his flashness almost is a fraction working against him and against her. Not to say it won't come in time, but there's a real challenge there in the size of the engine and what the horse can manage to balance at the moment.
Going there for the extended trot. And you were talking about being brave earlier. I'm just looking at Emma's legs. She's asking for a lot there.
She is absolutely going for it, and I think she's doing a really good job. She's sitting very strong, she's sitting very tall, she's keeping him into that rhythm, but just those inconsistencies through the rein presenting a little challenge for her. The half pass switch over from left looked lovely, took a little while to get into the positioning for the right half pass, but once he got in there he kept a good rhythm. That's it, just want to stay up in front of you, good. And there's medium walk all the way around the corner, and then you could begin to collect the walk after you've crossed the centre line to shorten the step, to make the turning on the haunches, that quarter pirouette, very boring. Just that near hind missed one step. You just saw him plant his foot. My father said, "Oh, brilliant, darling, your handbrake turns." He didn't move his hind legs at all. It's like, thanks, Dad. I actually need them to keep stepping as he turns. And again, they're slightly punished for his great big movement. Look at the lovely big swing and the lovely big step that he can do in his ordinary walk, his medium walk, and indeed in his extended walk, and that worked against him in his pirouette.
As we see now Emma going for that extended walk.
I like the stretch in the frame. I think he could be perhaps a fraction more purposeful, if I had to be critical. And again, you don't know what she's sitting on. Is he feeling his version of tension is just to creep in behind her a bit? Sometimes you can talk about them going a little shy of your leg. They just want to go a bit inward.
Because that is what makes a good ride, just riding what's underneath you at times, especially in this dressage arena.
It's very much become a focus for cross-country as well, I think, with the course building. They can't build wider, they can't make us go any faster, they can't go any higher because those are within the rules. So the latest challenge that has become quite trendy, I think, is to challenge your ability to sort of ride by feel, ride by the seat of your pants, react to what's under you. And as you say, Ben, rightly, in the dressage arena here, you've really got to have a feel for how they're going today, how they're finding this particular arena. How did they get out of bed this morning? Do they feel like they're on side and they want to join you? Or have you got to manage everyone's expectations, including theirs?
That's what we should do, the first of the changes.
Yeah, late behind, boringly, and not quite on her aid. And I think, again, this sort of big step has got a little slow, to be critical. I think I'd love to see if she could just up the rev count a little. I think that would make her life easier for the flying change. But again, that might work against her perhaps in the half pass. Very careful how far I stick my neck out because I'm coming later in the afternoon and I'm so brilliant at dressage on my armchair with my microphone. Am I going to be just as brilliant at dressage when I'm in the dressage saddle? Probably not.
No, not at all. Well, no, it's a different...
Good. That was a good one. I'm going to interrupt. That was a really lovely change, and I think perhaps she got him slightly sharper off her leg, slightly quicker to her reaction.
No, I was going to say, I know all the viewers, they love getting the rider's opinion on, obviously, your fellow riders, your fellow competitors. Because obviously we know what it should look like, or what everyone hopes it to look like, but it doesn't necessarily come out that way.
No, definitely not. And I think we're all been around old enough and ugly enough to know just how wrong it can go. So there's lots of pats there, and I think that's well deserved. And another horse that's going to have left this arena, yes, he's made a couple of little mistakes, but he's had a really lovely time. And I think, you know, the fact that he'll come back into another main arena having had a nice time will work in her favour with his future in mind. And we're really conscious as pilots, you know, that this is a building block. This is not our end goal. You know, it's wonderful to be here and it's completely magic to have the chance, but we've got to do it mindful of the fact that we don't empty the tank or go to the well this early in their careers, and that they come out with a smile having learnt something. And look at how chilled that lovely horse is, just cruising away there on a long rein, and he probably slightly wonders what's happened. My goodness me, I think I've just done a 4-star short test in the main arena at Blenheim Palace. Yeah, he might be thinking.
That the first 4-star test. As if you're just joining us, myself, Ben King, sat alongside Lucy Jackson, bringing all the action from the second day of the 8 and 9-year-old dressage competition, dressage in the 4-star short competition, I should say, from the Palace Arena at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. That beautiful backdrop of the Palace in the background. It really is becoming a competitive class, this, and we've got a score in for Cloud K and Catherine Robinson for Canada. They produced a lovely test with some lovely changes. 31.7 their score, putting them into 14th place.
Phew, I would have been really disappointed for her on a 37, but I think a 31, it was, you know, really well deserved.
And a huge improvement on last year. Last year, actually, her husband, Giovanni, rode the horse in this class. Yes, an 8-year-old then, scored a 33.5, so she's improved on last year's score when Giovanni was riding it.
You and I should both know that it's definitely not good to be compared to your other half, and we're lucky because we don't actually compete in the same disciplines as our other halves, but I think that's a really bold statement there, Ben King.
Well, as we move on swiftly, we now welcome our latest horse into the arena. Katie Belloc comes forward on Rosemount Blue News. This 8-year-old gelding by Bonham Blue Master. It's got some good 3-star form. They had a good 7th at the Hartbury, 3-star long. 34.1 was their dressage score that day. Katie, who works in property as a buying agent. Very experienced rider. Represented Great Britain at young rider and junior level, winning medals at both of those levels.
So interesting, isn't it, comparing, you know, event horses differ so greatly in how they're bred, how they're built. You know, these lot don't differ much in their ages, but that's about the only real consistent similarity you can see. And this horse, he's got great activity, looks really nice and relaxed, you know, those ears at 10 to 2 or even slightly more chilled than that. Built a little bit more downhill than the beautiful Big Dun we just saw. So her, you know, Katie's challenges are different to the ones of Emma before and the ones of Catherine beforehand. And I think, you know, is part of the fun is working with all these different horses. And the main thing, I think, for me is their attitude. If they really want to learn and they really are on your team, you feel like, you know, there's so much more that can be achieved. And this horse really does look to be on side, is really understanding of Katie's aids, is aware of what the job is about, you know, perhaps a slightly older head on younger shoulders. Beautifully turned out by the hard-working grooms, you know, not spotless grey, which is really quite a challenge.
I was going to say that it is such a team effort to get sort of horse and rider into the arena. There's a whole army of sort of from the farrier, physios, you know, grooms, everyone sort of. I always say it's like baking a cake and then putting a cherry on the top. The sort of the horse and rider in the arena, they are that sort of cherry on the top.
Absolutely, yeah, and it is a huge team effort, and you know, the owners affording us to get here and their enthusiasm and their enjoyment, and you know, saying it takes a village, it certainly does at least take a village. But good pirouettes there, you know, well ridden and straight off into the extended walk. That bizarrely or challenging happens as soon as you hit the centre line, so you've actually got to do quite a strong turn within your extended walk, so difficult to not break the rhythm of these bigger steps. And in terms of overtrack, that's a fantastic extended walk, and she's able to be really brave. Being careful not to make it a free walk. I want to say perhaps, great to lengthen the neck, really good for them to poke their nose out, but you don't want to drop the reins so that you end up with a little bit of a saggy bit, for a technical term. And there, she was able to pick up her reins. She was quite diplomatic. She didn't really grab hold and put him back into a collected walk. I'm definitely going to be on that bus when I'm in there later, is not really daring to collect the walk strongly for fear that he anticipates the walk to canter. So she made a good job there. I would say perhaps looking how relaxed this canter is, could she now pick up her reins and shorten him up and push him in front of her? But gets into the half-pass positioning. Not a bad angle, perhaps could be bent more. So you want the right hind to match the footprint of the left front. But could there be a curve, a greater curve in the body? And unfortunately just slightly missed the aid there for the change, and was a little bit long and a slightly steady step to make a really good, snappy, clean change. But got there eventually.
And I saw Katie wandering back from arena familiarisation last night. She looked in sort of very happy, and horse was walking along, ears pricked, and has come into this arena very relaxed today.
Yeah, we should just say that we're allowed the night before to only walk on a long rein. So that change did happen. I couldn't quite see his back legs clearly, but I think it was clean, but it was a bit before her aid. So difficult one to get the balance between them, knowing what's coming and not anticipating. But yeah, we're allowed to walk for as long as you like. There's an hour slot to allow the horses just to, sniff the grass or look at the big screen is a particularly important aspect. And just as the name would suggest, clues in the title, familiarise them with the goings on. And sometimes you feel like maybe for the particular horse, if it's relaxed, it's not necessary, but it's almost, you think you might jinx it if you don't. You'd feel a bit of a prune if you came up here and they suddenly said, "Ooh, what's that?" and you hadn't familiarised. The hack from Blenheim stables up to this main Palace Arena is a good 20 minutes, so getting them out of their beds at 5:30 last night, you did sort of think to yourself, this is definitely an important part of their day. So good to see that Katie was taking that opportunity, and her horse benefited, I think, because that was a really, smooth, happy test.
Very good test from there. Katie Belloc and Rosemount Blue News. They've completed their test. We've got 2 horses left to come forward in this morning's session of dressage in this 8 and 9-year-old class. We will be holding a 2-minute silence following the sad news of the death of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. That will be at 12 o'clock, followed by the national anthem sung by Laura Wright. So do join us at midday for that 2-minute silence, and then the national anthem sung by Laura Wright. So 2 horses left to come forward. The next of those will be a lady that has already got 1 horse in the top 10 of this class already, Darcy de la Rose, and sitting in 5th place at the moment, it's Georgie Campbell. This time she comes forward on Mr. Lance Morris and Mrs. Diana Morris Global Quest, this 9-year-old gelding by Metropole. Georgie obviously married to New Zealand event rider Jessie Campbell.
And I think here you'll see a real showman at work. She's really a master of her craft. She's a beautiful pilot, and she won't... every mark she can get, she will get. She's very good ringmanship. She's hugely experienced. She's very cool under pressure. These horses will be schooled beautifully, and she will make the very most of the opportunity of being here at Blenheim Palace in the international arena.
The score in for Emma Manton, Grand by Design. They go into 26th place, 36.3 their score. We await the score of Katie Belloc and Rosemount Blue News, but we will sit back now and enjoy this test from Georgie Campbell for Great Britain and Global Quest.
Look at the straightness. Very good. Just allowed him to take a step forward to square up the hole. Really important that they don't step back. A little bit of a misunderstanding there in the move off. He wanted to canter and she said, "No thanks, it's Trot," actually. But that was all done very subtly, managed very carefully. Interesting to see her here in a double bridle. Looks like it could be a fraction on the strong side.
And is that why a rider would tend to have a double bridle on, just to sort of give them that sort of a little bit more control?
Yeah, it's a. I'd sort of laugh. 2 reins are so much better than 1 if you need to help you get them on the bit. But I think that you've got the bradoon to help lift the pole, keep that in the corner of their mouth, and then the curb just a touch if you need a little more roundness. And I think, you know, someone of Georgie's experience will be able to manage that combination. Good energy, good swing, good forwardness. And as I say, I would love to see him pop his pole up a fraction. But at this age, what age is Global Quest? Is a 9-year-old, so the older of the two age for this category. But, you know, they've yet to develop their full strength, their full power, their full ability to sit.
They had a good run at Gatcombe at those British eventing championships. They were finished 4th in the intermediate championships there.
That was unfortunate. I don't know whether he sneezed or tripped, but he just lost his balance in the changeover from the left half pass to the right at X there. And then just Georgie had her aids on for the right half pass, and he said, "Oh, do you mean canter?" And he just took 1 or 2 little canter steps, and she got it back nicely, but that is a pity for that mark.
They'll have to put that behind them and move on through this test.
2, 3, 4. Just kept stepping. Just managed to keep the marching. That's what we're focusing on here, is the marching behind. So 1 huge step into it, but then managed the march quite nicely. And the extended walk, importantly, starts there as you cross G, as you cross the centre line. And very often we would expect it to be as we hit the track or as we go into this half circle. And here he's again probably where, you know, the double bridle is essential for some of her other work, and I would imagine for this particular juncture she would probably just be using the snaffle rein to help him. He just had a little flick of the head there, just a little concentration. Might be just a bit of tension from him, a little bit of nerves, you know, a bit like chewing your fingernails. You just suddenly think, right, I have something to get on with now. So off he goes into the canter.
This horse scored a 34.5 at Bramham in the 4-star short there in June, and then 31.9 at Houghton Hall in Norfolk in May. So they've got a bit of 4-star experience under their belt. What a lovely overall picture that was there, just on the short side.
Isn't it? She's such a pro. And I think it is we're so lucky to have this short format opportunity. You know, you can only fit so many long formats into a horse's lifetime, in all honesty. But you know, really maximum of 2 within a year or within a season. So to get in these big arenas, to get to see these top course designers, to expose ourselves to the very best riders in the world, and how we can, you know, up our game to marry up to their high standards is fantastic for both horse and rider. And, you know, it's why so many nations choose to base themselves. I'm lucky enough to be part of the Kiwi squad, but we're so lucky to base ourselves in Great Britain, where, you know, be fair to say, I'd say they're the best events in the world. I don't think we're being biased in or in saying that. Greatest concentration of great events. It's probably a bit more diplomatic.
What a great job the Jockey Club have done of putting this event on, as we see Georgie Campbell, Global Quest.
I think overall, you know, she'll be happy with him. He's tried really hard. There has been a little tension creeping in. He has, for me, been a fraction sort of down, perhaps ducking behind the bridle a bit, but she'll have her own reasons for having selected that, and maybe it's a transition. You know, sometimes you need something for a certain phase in their career or their development, and then you move on from that. You know, there was just, for me, a little bit of tiny bit low in the pole, a fraction behind the vertical in his nose. But, you know, except for in the walk, he kept a good consistent outline. He was consistent down the rein. She did her usual beautiful job of eking every mark out, and it'd be really interesting to see where she sits after that. But well ridden, Georgie.
Well, I'll wait for Georgie's score to come in. Score in for Katie Belloc on Rosemount Blue News. They go into 18th place, 32.7 their score. they go into the top 20. I say Katie will be absolutely delighted with that. And we have a score in there for Georgie Campbell and Global Quest, who we've just seen do their test in the Palace Arena. They scored a very respectable 31.3, going into 13th place. And you'd say there, Lucy, plenty of more marks to get out of that horse, because there were a few big errors there.
Yeah, I think big errors is probably a bit unkind. I'm going to be in her defence and say there were a few little glitches that she can iron out. And
glitches, that's a better word.
I'm so diplomatic, aren't I? But for the Morrishes, I'm really excited to see them with such a promising horse, and very loyal supporters of Georgie's, and fantastic addition to her string, and what a shiny future they've got ahead of them.
Georgie's got two very exciting horses in Global Quest and Darcy de la Rose in this class, both in the top 20. I'm sure she will be absolutely delighted with their performances. As our last horse comes in before the coffee break, this is Sophie Pedler for Great Britain, coming forward on Hazelton Quality. This 9-year-old gelding by Obus Quality, owned by Mrs. Tricia Pedler and Sophie herself.
OBS Quality, a well-known sire within the eventing world, produces, super jumpers. Don't always find this phase the easiest, and I don't know how we associate so much importance on a horse's father, because they rarely meet them. But I think genetically, how a horse is built, or some of his, thought processes, I suppose, can be passed down. And I think you just saw a good straight entry, a nice hold, tiny bit of difficulty moving off into the trot, but I think that was a better start than I had predicted. Having seen her go past the judge at sea, I saw a bit of excitement in the horse, and I think this is looking more relaxed than I had perhaps feared.
Quite remarkable. Sophie, 24 years old. She is an accountant. This is the only horse she events, and produced this up from the BE90 level. This horse did its first event with her only in July 2020, so they've gone from BE90 to the 4-star short 8 and 9-year-old class here at Blenheim Palace in 2 years.
Isn't that a fantastic achievement? Really, really, really good. And again, just goes to show you that if the horses want to do it, I think that's such a key thing in an event horse, that they want to be eventers. And clearly this horse is very keen to get on with his job, and got a really good relationship, a really good partnership with Sophie, and that is really, really paramount in terms of becoming a successful event horse, and clearly he must be, to have qualified for this level already in such a short space of time. So good for her, good for him.
Settling into the sort of early-ish stages of this test.
There's a lot to like, isn't there? I'm really
good crossover.
Yeah. And here you just got to be careful. You've almost got to finish one half pass, straighten out, prepare for the next half pass, and go into it all in about 2 steps. And it's all very obvious because it's right on the centre line with a bit of mowing to highlight.
Because that half pass, it is all about the sort of crossing of the horse's legs. That's what the judges are looking for. Now we should keep the movement in these pirouettes. We've seen some horses handle it better than others in this morning's session.
He's got a nice, good, collected... Started really well, and then perhaps finished a little bit bigger in the terms of the size of the circle that his hind legs are making in that marchy. I think that was slightly better that way. And she did well, because his walk looks like it's got a bit of tension. Just see him chewing on the bit a tiny bit, and you can see one teeny swish of his tail. He says walk is really boring, and if it's okay with you, I'd rather go cross country. And it's it's a real challenge to find something that likes walking and galloping in equal measure. And I know I've said it before, but I think we'd all prefer the good galloper and just put up with the fact that you've got a little bit of excitement for about 30 seconds in your test.
Yeah, this is horse's first run at this 4-star level, so first time in this environment. These added moves as she goes into the canter part of the test. How much extended canter will she ask for down that long side? I think you would say conservative.
I think, again, it sounds a silly thing to say, but there's quite a lot to do in a short space of time. You've had to go from your collected walk to canter at sea, and then you've had to just turn one corner and get straight into an extended canter, and then get back again. Oh, annoyingly, he's just got a bit frisky on the end of the rein, because I was really enjoying the contact. I was really enjoying the consistency of the outline. He is a little bit downhill, and not to say anything against the OBOS qualities. That was a lovely change. That was a really lovely change. I wonder if it happened to stride after she asked, but the leg sequence was great. They can be built, they've often got very powerful engines. Their bottoms are strong, but they can be a little bit downhill and occasionally a bit shorter in the neck. This lad doesn't look it at all. Not to say anything against the OBOS qualities, but there she started a little bit quarters ahead of the shoulders, which we're not looking for. And here you can see he wants to pop his quarters to his left, so not completely straight.
You know, the OBS qualities, they do have that sort of, that stamp, don't they?
Yeah.
They are stamped like that. But obviously, a lot of good horses. MGH Grafton Street won Burley with Pippa Funnel in 2019, but they do have that unique stamp.
I don't know how to describe that change. I think it was late in front, which is a curious mistake to make, but it wasn't completely straight in the sequence. But overall, I think she can breathe a massive sigh of relief, a huge pat for him, and I think she's just thrilled to have... Oh, there you are. I think that was really well managed there by Sophie. You know, great relationship with the horse. She just said, come on, boy, we've got 6 minutes of giving of our best, and I know you want to go cross-country, but that's later in the weekend, so if you don't mind, give us your best effort. And I really think it escaped him a couple of times, just very briefly in that half-pass right. He didn't completely want to chill in the walk, but well done her. Hats off.
I will say Sophie Pedler will be absolutely delighted with that. Her first 4-star test completed, an accountant who just competes the one horse here. What achievement to be here in this Palace Arena with that backdrop of the beautiful Blenheim Palace. That concludes our morning session of dressage in this 8 and 9-year-old class. We do have that 2-minute silence for the death of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II at midday, followed by the national anthem sung by Laura Wright. So join us then for that 2-minute silence and the singing of the national anthem. Thank you very much, Lucy, for your time. It's been great to get your thoughts of the dressage, and we wish you good luck for this afternoon when you come forward on your horse, Dressage Showman.
Very good. Got your crib sheet. That's brilliant. No, thank you very much for having me. I'm really looking forward. I'm going to join you tomorrow because we're finished show jumping, I think, by about 10 o'clock. So I'm really looking forward to come. And while we're on the thank you very much to Queen Elizabeth, because what an amazing debt of gratitude we all owe her as horse people as well as British citizens. Thank you very much.
We very much do. So that 2-minute silence at midday for Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, followed by the national anthem. Join us then. Well, welcome back here to the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, and following the sad news of the death of Her Majesty the Queen Elizabeth II, a 2-minute silence will now be held. This will be followed by the national anthem sung by Laura Wright. We invite you to join us in mark the passing of a remarkable Queen.
God save our gracious King, long live our noble King. God save the King. Send him victorious, happy and glorious, long to reign over us. God save the King.
Well, welcome back to the Blenheim International Horse Trials. Myself, Ben King, bringing you all the action as it unfolds in this 8 and 9-year-old class. And I'm delighted to be sat alongside Harry Much, who's going to be taking us through the next session of dressage before lunch. Harry, great to see you. How are you doing? And how great is it to be back here at Blenheim?
Oh, it's amazing. It's such a special event, and to be competing in front of the palace is just, it's amazing, really. We get to compete against in such special places, and this is probably one of the best ones to be at.
And Harry, you had a ride in the 4-star short, 4-star long,
Yeah.
aren't you? Have you ridden your test yet?
Yeah, so I was last to go yesterday. Was a bit of a tricky test. He can be quite tricky in there, so we got through it with not the best of marks, but we saw it through, and it's an experience. He's only an 8-year-old, so yeah, to be in this atmosphere and to get through it, he sort of lit up in there a bit, and we got through. So yeah.
Oh, well, you know, well, I'm delighted to have you sat alongside me to go through this dressage, and let's just have a look at the leaderboard as it stands at the moment in this 4-star short 8 and 9-year-old class. We're just waiting for Imogen Murray and MDS Sandy Hill Zorro to come forward, and it's still the United States of America, Gillian Bill King, and the Richard Ames owned Darina Superstar leading the way, 27.6. Sarah Bullimore, Avita AP, 27.8. They came in late in yesterday's last session and produced a really good test to slot into second position. And Cena Milnes, Cooley Snapchat bring up those podium positions on 28.4. So there are podium positions as it stands at the moment. No one this morning broke into the top 10. So the best of this morning's session was Louise Bradley on Pouncestown Brave, going into 12th place. Just then looking further down the leaderboard, Aoife Clark in 11th, and bringing up the top 20 there. As into the arena now we see Imogen Murray for Great Britain coming forward on Mrs. Julie Skillins, MDS Sandy Hill Zorro. This 9-year-old gelding by Sligo Candy Boy.
He's a smart horse, isn't he?
A lot of presence.
Very smart.
Lot of presence. Imogen from Leicestershire got married this year. They've got some good 3-star form. They come across for that first medium trot. Settling into the early stages of this with the shoulder in. How's this test looking so far, Harry?
It's nice, and there he just kept a nice consistent way of the shoulder in, and there the medium maybe could have gone a little bit braver, but it was consistent. So and then coming to the extended.
Imogen, very experienced rider, ridden around Burley and Pablington on her flagship horse, Ivor Gooden. So knows what it's like to ride in these atmospheric arenas.
Nice in the half pass.
The half pass there, they're just looking for the horses just to have that engagement and the crossing over of their legs. And overall so far, this is a lovely picture.
Yeah.
This horse has got some real presence. Now, as much as I know you riders now coming into these pirouettes.
Yeah, and even just there, just, you know, coming into the walk just to make sure that they don't then just drop off the leg, because you're right in front of that judge at sea. So you want to really show a good impression from a forward transition to walk, so they really take you, and then making this transition into the pirouette wasn't too bad.
Yeah, we've got our ground jury. We've got Andrew Benny from New Zealand at C. So he'll be getting a good view of this. And then at E from the United States of America, Amanda Miller.
And then it's just about breathing now.
And this part of the test, the extended walk.
Yeah.
As a rider, you're trying, what we're just seeing now, Imogen, just trying to lower.
Yeah, so we're
Nice.
trying to just really try and show off their walk, and with event horses sometimes we don't always have the best of walks because of the excitement in the test and the atmosphere. So sometimes almost feeling like you've just ended the test and just breathing and letting the horse just work. And then when you go to pick the reins up for this medium again, then it's about just sort of containing it in there. He did just sort of pick up a little bit, and then the canter came. So
Yeah, MDS Sandy Hill Zorro, they've been sort of scoring around the 26 to 30 mark at the 3-star level. They had a good run at Arvel in France, where they were 7th.
I mean, he's super smart. And everything he's doing is correct. And he's hitting every marker on it. And, you know, it's one thing riding a test well, but you've got to be accurate as well. Like there, the change on the centre line was dead accurate and it was straight, so it was a good change as well. And it's just trying to think of every aspect of it really, and how you can squeeze every little mark out of every movement. And there, the start of the half past the quarters just led a little bit, which might just drop a mark, and it's just tiny little things.
But all these little tiny things, they add up, don't they?
They do, yeah.
But coming now to the second of these changes.
Yeah.
Nice. This looks a solid test from Imogen on MDS Sandy Hill Zorro. Just coming now to this halt.
Nice. I think she'd be pleased with that test.
Big Pat, she looks pleased. As Imogen Murray for Great Britain complete their test on MD Sandy Hill Zorro, owned by Mrs. Julie Skinner and the MS team. And she looks absolutely delighted with that. A good test to start with for our first session back before lunch here in this Blenheim 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition in the Palace Arena. And we've got a lovely, bright, sunny day, but looking at those flags just to the right of our screen, there is a fairly stiff old breeze in the air, and these young horses coping well with the conditions. We've seen some lovely tests so far.
It's a big atmosphere for a young horse, and you know, we have all the flags around close to the arena, so it's a lot to take in, and there are quite a lot of people standing around that you can't see on the camera, so there is a lot going on for them to look at, and it's about just containing that and trying to get the brain when you get in there. And you know, we do the arena familiarization, but we quite often do that when there's nobody around, so it's a lot of change. Yes, they've seen the arena and seen everything around it, but then you add the crowds to it and it suddenly becomes a completely different atmosphere.
And we'll wait for Imogen Murray's score with interest. It looked a good test. As next, coming forward into the arena, we welcome Katie Preston, coming forward on her own Templar Juno. This 8-year-old mare, British bred by Templar Spirit. Katie, very experienced rider. She actually is a full-time equine vet and won the Amateur Rider of the Year award at the Horse and Hound Awards in 2018. She has ridden around numerous 5-stars. She had a good 18th place in the Moulin and 24th at Burley back in 2018 on Templar Justice, another horse from the Templar stud. That's owned and run by Amanda and Patrick Rolfe. But this time Katie coming forward on one of her up-and-coming young horses, Templar Juno, for Great Britain.
Nice and straight down the centre line. A little bit of a wobble there. A nice halt.
Because it's
Left
not
a little bit to the left there, but then she's just trying to get the mouth.
Because this first movement, it's not just the halt that's being judged, it is the entry, the halt, and then moving away from it.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, you've got to show the halt and then be quick into the trot. But then, you know, quite often when we do move into the trot, the horses, especially the young horses, can just take a little wobble. And it's about really staring down at the judge and making sure you really get down there so you can feel every little bit of straightness underneath you. And just making those tiny little corrections.
You know, as I said, Katie, an equine vet, she did actually defer her place at the at Liverpool University to study veterinary medicine for 18 months and went to work for Lucinda Fredericks.
He's a nice horse. I mean, he's 8, so he'll be fairly inexperienced at this level. So, you know, the angle of the shoulder ins were nice. The trot works good. So it's starting off really nice.
And this horse, they will have experienced this sort of atmospheric arena before. They were 19th at Leon Danger at those 7-year-old World Young Horse Championships last year. As they come to the half passes, Katie and Templar Juno completed their first 4-star short at Barbary Castle in July, scoring a 34.2 there.
Just a little bit of loss of rhythm through the half pass. For the younger horses, you know, when we're changing from left half pass to right half pass at X, it's about feeling like you can change the bend and then come across into the new half pass, and there the bend just struggled a little bit, but you know, she still got to the marker, she still was accurate. So he just came against the hand a little bit as she turned left into the walk from H.
And these parrots is all about that sort of regularity and keeping the horse moving.
Yeah, quite often they can either step out behind or they can get a little bit stuck. It's a movement that becomes quite, have I done this, have I done that? I mean, you know, it's about just trying to almost feel like their back legs are walking on the sides of a dinner plate, but you've got to keep them moving so they don't end up feeling stuck underneath you. It's so easy for them to just get stuck. And he showed a nice extended walk there. He showed a lot of difference, and he was relaxed across his back, and nice transition to canter.
This is a pleasing test so far for this lovely British bred 8-year-old.
And for me, it's like when you come into the canter, you turn out of that corner and you just got to breathe and let them go and be brave. You know, the movement is all the way down to the end marker, so you've got to go until then. It's you can waste a mark by just being a little bit, all right, come back maybe 3 or 4 strides early, and the judges are really looking at how brave you can be to get to that F marker and really push down there.
Just slightly maybe anticipating the change there.
So the change came, it was just a few strides early.
But as we've seen, the judges are marking each movement individually.
Yep.
So they will sort of lose marks for that. But
again, the quarters just led a little bit early, so you know, like you want to come through the corner with the bend so that you can almost just ride out of the corner, where quite often if they're anticipating the half pass, then you'll feel like the quarters are leading, and then it becomes a little bit of a struggle. And to get the angle correct again, got there eventually.
And that is the difference between the sort of the 3-star and the 4-star test. One of the main differences is if you do get these flying changes.
Yeah, you've got to start showing the change. At 3-star, we do simple changes.
But a lot to like from this lovely 8-year-old mare.
Yeah, I think in the test there was a lot of nice bits, and you can see where the inexperience showed as well. So there's plenty to take from it.
I think Katie will be absolutely delighted with that. And it's a good cross-country track and the show jumping tomorrow. So there's still a lot more to go for these horse and rider. As let's just have a look at the scoreboard as it stands, because we've got some Imogen Murray, MDS Sandy Hill Zorro, the first horse in after our break here. We see they go into 9th place on that good score of 30.3. So the first of the horses today to break into the top 10, splitting New Zealand Samantha Lissington. 2 horses inside that top 10, Lord Seanog and Orica Ridge. Orica Shea moves down to 10th place on 30.4, but it does now mean we've got 14 horses all covered by less than a pole in the show jumping. Our leader, our long-time leader, Gillian Bill King, Darina Superstar, 27.6. That is the score to beat.
The first phase is just becoming so competitive. I mean, in this 8-9-year-old class, the quality of horses at this level is just amazing. And I mean, to see how close the top 10 is. It's just so good to see how competitive and how quality of horses are coming through now, and these are horses that you'll see in the future at the top level.
And coming forward now for Great Britain, this is a ride for Richard Cunny and Poetry in Motion the second. This 9-year-old gelding by Yates. Richard, a very experienced young rider, 23 years old.
That's a shame. He came out of the halt and he just stepped into canter, so hopefully he can regroup and just breathe.
This is a ride that Richard's just taken on in July this year. It was produced up to the 3-star level by a young rider, Florence White. And Richard's such an experienced rider. A lot of success at the junior and young rider level.
Yeah, he doesn't look the easiest of horses, but he's getting the job done, and there the angle in the shoulder in was correct. The rhythm's there. He's just looks like he needs to take the contact a little bit more, but he's getting it done.
Now comes for the half pass.
And you can see the contact's just a little bit of the issue.
And when you say contact, that's just that sort of in the mouth, swinging his mouth, sort of head about slightly, is it?
Yeah, so just feeling like the engagement from the hind leg through to the contact, and Richard will be able to feel like the contact's not consistent enough, so he's trying his best to create that consistency through the rein and through from leg to hand. And yeah, you can see the horse just sort of is bobbing a little bit up and down with his head, so
I mean, sort of the horse, I'm just looking through sort of record at the moment. Obviously, Richard rode this horse here at Barbary Castle in the 3-star. They scored a 37.7, and before that, ridden by Florence White at the 2-star sort of level. So,
yeah,
not a huge amount of experience. Obviously, this being the 4-star test.
Yeah. So the first pirouette he got a little bit stuck behind, and the second one was better. So. And then he's got a nice swing to his walk, and can just feel like he can stretch his neck out and get his leg on, and then it'll be interesting to see how he takes the contact in the canter. But you can see in the rein there's a little bit of a loop in the rein. When you see the rein from the hand to the mouth, you would like to see that nice consistent feel, and you can see Richard's trying hard to just keep that consistency, but the horse just is occasionally just dropping behind him in the rein.
And he sets off down that long side for the extended canter.
I mean, Richard produced really good tests, and he's doing a good job with the horse. There's only so much you can do in there, and like for me yesterday, he's sort of managing the situation, and there he was really using his weight and trying to get the horse across without trying to almost disrupt the situation. And sometimes you're better off when you feel like it's a bit on the edge. Ooh, a little bit of a spook. When you feel like it's on the edge, it's how can I get from A to B, and with like risk management, and you want to at the end of the day try to get the best out of the horse, but you don't want the horse to end up blowing up because you're trying too hard as well. You've got to be realistic about the situation, haven't you? So,
and that was something that Lucy Jackson, who we had on earlier, was saying. It's sort of it's all about sort of riding what's underneath you at that time. You talk about the risk management.
Yeah, I mean, if you're sitting on something that's a little bit on edge and you're trying to ride for a 9, you're probably not going to get a 9. So you're better off trying to go for a 6.5 and ending up with that instead of ending up with a 4. And it's, you know, if you end up getting a few 4s, it really does beat up the score, where if you can level it out with a 6.5 or a 7, then it's all about having that consistency through the test.
And a good square halt there
Yeah.
for Poetry in Motion the second and Richard Coney as they complete their test. It's a solid test, a lot to take from it. Some good points, and I'm sure Richard will watch it back. And there'll be a few learning points from that as well. The horse just stepping up to the 4-star level. We'll wait for his score to come in. While that's just being calculated, the team at Eventing Scores. If you do want to keep up to date with any of the scores, go to www.eventingscores.co.uk. I'm just looking now through for Katie Preston and Templar Juno. They scored a 35.2. That puts them into 26th position going into tomorrow's show jumping phase. As we'll next welcome into the arena, it's a ride for Adam Harvey. Adam, 28 years old, comes forward on his own. Mrs. Vicky Harvey's BWE Newton de Jasper. This 8-year-old gelding by Newton de Kaiser. Their first 4-star together. And interesting enough, another horse and rider combination to come forward with the double bridle.
Yep.
We've seen a few of those this morning.
So 4 stars the first level. In FEI you're allowed to wear a double bridle. You used to be able to at 3-star, but then rules changed and not anymore.
Yeah, Adam, 28 years old, based in Berkshire, works in property management. Actually, another one, we saw Katie Preston come in earlier on Templar Juno. They had won the Amateur Rider of the Year award at the Horse and Hound Awards back in 2018. Well, in 2019, the Amateur Rider of the Year at those Horse and Hound Awards was won by none other than Adam Harvey. So, setting a bit of a trend here.
Yeah. It's a funny thing with the double bridle. I mean, you know, every horse is different, and I've been doing quite a bit of training with Pippa Funnel, and she said, you know, when you come in with the double, it might suit the horse, but for a judge's point of view, they might be thinking, why are you wearing a double when the horse can just go in a snaffle bridle? So it's personal preference, but as long as they can show the correct way, then it's a little bit slow to get away there, wasn't he?
Yeah, so just in front of our ground jury members, Andrew Benny from New Zealand at C, Amanda Miller from the USA at E, as Adam Harvey. Got some good sort of 3-star form with this horse this season. Marks have ranged between 31 to 37.
And he's going nice, maybe just a little bit more jump in the trot. You know, he just looks, when you're going in there and you know, you're feeling something that that the people outside might not always be seeing, but the outline and the look, the way he's going, maybe just a little bit more step from behind in the trot. Maybe just get an extra half a mark. But again, it's what you're feeling and what you're riding. Because he actually has a really nice trot.
Comes across for that extended trot. Really asking for the horse just to stretch out.
Yeah, you can see there's a nice swing to it. Again, just how brave can you be in there? And, you know, these horses are young and inexperienced at this level, but, you know, if you want to be getting those higher marks, it's how much can you push for those marks.
And these half passes that we've just seen Adam
Yeah.
do, they're looking for that sort of the balance and the rhythm, because the horses can lose their balance in those half passes
Yeah.
and just fall in slightly.
Yeah, he just looked like he struggled a little bit to maintain the bend, and, you know, you want to just keep the step coming over and keep the consistency through the flexion, and he struggled a little bit with that, but, you know, it's always a work in progress, isn't it?
And very much so. This horse, only 8 years old.
A little bit stuck towards the end, but the majority was pretty good.
And this class, just such a great class for these young horses to gain that experience in an atmosphere as Adam Harvey and BWE and Newton de Jasper walk away from those pirouettes. Now it's that extended walk, looking for that nose and the overtrack. When I say the nose, look for the nose just to slightly draw down.
You would like them to stretch out like he's doing, and really show off the walk, so that when you do come back to medium again, you've shown a difference again. Because quite often if you're sitting on a bit of a hot one, it's quite easy to show no difference to come back from the extended to the medium, because if you come back, they can quite easily anticipate the canter.
And how much will he ask for down this long side for the extended canter?
Could have been a little bit braver.
Yeah, conservative, but just as you've sort of said, and we've sort of said, just trying to maybe ride what's underneath him.
Yeah, I mean, you can see he's a young horse in his way of going. He's still got a lot to strengthen up, and Adam's doing a good job getting the horse through and riding him well. It's just, you can only do so much, and
They just broke into the trot there, then just almost to do a simple change.
Yeah, I think in the whole test you can see the connection from the leg to hand. He just needs to be a little bit sharper from behind, but I mean it's work in progress, and Adam will be able to feel like the horse could have a little bit more jump to his step and a little bit more step from behind, and that'll come in time. And he's only 8, so, and again, the changes are obviously just
quite not established as yet in this competition environment. So obviously will be marked down for those 2 movements. But definitely had some good bits to this test as Adam Harvey halts and salutes.
It'll be a shame because those will punish the score quite a bit with 2 changes not being there, and the work in the half passes. It does quite quickly rack the score up, but I think in the whole he'll be happy with how the horse felt, and he knows.
And that's the thing, though. See, this is all about a sort of as sort of we were saying yesterday with these young horses. They're sort of the bigger picture, and they all learn at a sort of different rate, and
totally.
It's just sort of trying to get that experience under their belt.
Yeah, I mean, for example, with my horses, he's 8 and he's only been eventing for coming up 2 years, so with having to learn all the lateral work and everything in short space of time, and he's not built in the best way for the dressage, it's a lot for the brain to take in, and then you put them in this atmosphere and they can quite often forget you're asking them to do a certain thing because they're looking at what that person's doing over there or what that flag's doing over there. So.
And a score in for Richard Coney and Poetry in Motion the second. They go into 44th place, 40.4. We'll wait for Adam Harvey's score on BWE Newton de Jasper as we now welcome into the arena for Great Britain. It's a ride for Matthew Glenworth. Matthew coming forward on Mrs. Barbara Hervey's forthright. This 9-year-old gelding by Frank Port, Irish bred. They've had a good top 30 finish at Aston Wolves in the 8 and 9-year-old advance in July and finished 18th at Hartbury in the 3-star long there, scoring a dressage score of 33.0. And Matthew, a very experienced rider, ridden up to the 5-star level, based with Angela Tucker over in Tetbury, Gloucestershire. He originally came over for 6 months. I say come up to Gloucestershire for 6 months, and he stayed there for 15 years and a real linchpin of Angela Tucker's team and Team Japan. He's been to 2 Olympic Games, part of the sort of support team for Japan, went to the London Olympics in 2012 and the recent Olympics in Tokyo, as Matthew Glenworth, forthright for Great Britain, into the arena in this Palace Arena in this 8 and 9-year-old class at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials.
He's a nice big horse, and it's a shame because we have the centre line cut for us, and he just drifted off that as he entered, but then corrected it and worked straight down the centre line after that. Moved away nice, got a nice angle in the shoulder in. Showed a nice difference. You know, when we're working in the dressage in there, it's about, you know, from marker to marker, show as soon as we hit that marker, or even a stride before, show the difference, and show the difference coming back. So as for a judge's point of view, they have something to give the mark for. Do you know what I mean? It's really, we're trying to show them our training of the horse, whereas if we, you know, we either glide into the medium or we just leave it a little bit late.
So he's coming now into the extended trot. How much will he ask for? Just looking at the legs,
Yeah.
he's really going for it.
Yeah, and then how does he come back? Because there's a mark for the transitions as well. So, you know, it's really trying to just pick up every mark, because if you want to be in the top 10, it's all about just picking away at every movement.
And the accuracy of it. Now just coming into the half passes to the left, and then they go to the centre line, then back right.
Yeah, good.
To the
Just
track.
Again, just maybe a little bit more flexion through the body, but the angle was there, and
Solid start here
yeah.
for Matthew Glenworth and fourth right.
And like when you come through that corner, we can almost use that turn as a bit of a quarter pirouette to set up for the pirouette, so you can get them feeling, and then when you come into this pirouette, almost shortening the walk but keeping the step, keeping the energy underneath you so they don't end up getting stuck.
And it's interesting because you can sort of make the turn. It's sort of between the markers, isn't it? So some riders have chosen to sort of only walk a few strides out
Yeah.
before making the turn, and others have walked quite a long way out.
Yeah.
Matthew, they're just deciding to walk sort of fair way out. Fourth right, large horse.
For me, I would tend to, because it's between G and the end, then you're thinking, you know, you've got to show a difference, and then because you've done one pirouette, if you're too close to G, then it becomes a short way to get to the next pirouette, so you can't really get the walk feeling straight and connected again. It's all about just working your way through in those tiny little ways to make life easier in there and easier for the horse.
He picks up.
Just anticipated maybe 2 strides early, but he kept it together and being brave.
And what will he ask for down that long side with the extended canter?
And in a good way of training at home and working through your test, you know, we can count how many strides we do down the long side, and then, you know, if you count how many you do in a working canter or a collected canter, then you know, you want to imagine then medium canter and count how many strides you're imagining in medium canter, then count how many you do in extended canter. So you start to get a really good feel of when you do go down there in extended canter, showing a difference, because it's all about lengthening the stride, not quickening the stride.
And Matthew there got the first change.
And again, you know, you want to come through that turn, present, and then ride to this marker, get there and think about being positive, so then you can get down the centre line into this half circle and engage around this half circle, so when you're coming to the flying change, you've got an active hind leg, so then when the change comes through, you get a good change. That was good.
It's been a solid test so far for fourth right and Matthew Glenworth. Just the final movement.
I think he'll be
Halt
really happy
and
with that.
salute, big smile.
Yeah. And I think it's, you know, it's a big important thing as well of when you do halt and salute, you know, making sure the horse feels good in himself. It sounds silly in a way, but every test they learn something from, and if they come out of every test feeling good in themselves, you know, when you go into your next one, it's only a good experience going forwards. And, you know, even for me yesterday, when the test didn't exactly go to plan, he walked out there breathing and he was blowing his nose. Everything felt good. So, you know, in himself, there's a nice feeling going. As bad as it was, you can always try and find a positive out of it. And you want them to come out of there and, you know, stretch and walk freely. So,
and scoring for Adam Harvey and BWE Newton de Jasper, horse we saw just in before Matthew Glenworth, they scored a score of 36.9, so good enough to go into 31st place.
I think you'd be pretty happy with that, you know, considering both changes weren't there. That'll have hit the score quite hard, so, you know.
We'll await on the score for Matthew Glenworth and Forthright to see where they go on the leaderboard, as next in will be Halcyon Graf and Evangelini Gaskell. This horse owned by Lindsay Gaskell. Halcyon Graf, a 9-year-old British bred gelding by Graf and Salts. Produced up to the 2-star level by Victoria Dennis. They've got some good form at the 3-star level. They were 9th at Houghton Hall 3-star long back in May, 32.9. Their dressage score then, and completed in their first 4-star up at Bersham to finish in 35th place with a dressage of 41.6. Evangeline, a young rider, only 21. Sorry there, Harry, what were you going to say?
I was just going to say, it's interesting when you do get left a little bit of time outside the arena and you're just cantering round. You know, sometimes, I mean, everybody has different ways of going, but when you're just cantering round and round, sometimes you can end up with the canter just getting a little bit slow, and it became a little bit 4-beat there, so she's come down well, actually, so yeah, a nice halt. Alright. She went deep into that corner.
Yeah, they say, isn't it this sort of, you need to use as much of the arena as you can?
Absolutely. And I think quite often, you know, it all comes from your centre line. If you cut the corner in the centre line, you're going to struggle to get deep into that first corner, and it's all about first impressions.
Yeah, Evangeline, a really experienced rider, only 21 years old, one of the youngest riders in this field, if not the youngest.
You saw there, you know, because she used the turn correctly, it gave you the angle easier in the shoulder, and so it gives you that opportunity to ride positive down the long side with a good angle, and then you end up with a good movement. Again, go into the corner and out the corner. A nice, consistent rhythm to it. Good. Let's see how she does the half passes.
And if you're just joining us, we've got Evangeline Gaskell and Halcyon Graf in the arena in this 8 and 9-year-old class. Myself, Ben King, and Harry Much, talking you through this dressage phase. And we're just still there, Harry, just with the movement there, just didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, I mean, the first half pass was really nice. She came out of the turn really well, and then it almost ended a stride earlier than I think she wanted, and then it became a little bit of a miscommunication, and then you got the canter. But, you know, it's then about forgetting about it and thinking, right, I've still got a lot of the test to go. How can I get everything feeling back on the buttons and carry on? You know, you don't want to sort of think about it too much and then end up losing another mark in the next movement because you've...
Because as a rider, you just need to put that to the back of your mind.
Absolutely. You know, it's been and gone. So how can I pick up an extra mark somewhere for the mark that I've just lost there?
Now we come to this extended walk.
This horse has a really nice way of going. It looks really calm and responsive and happy in there, and she's doing a nice job of riding. It's a shame about the jog steps there. Again, you know, when we're trying to show the difference of the extended back to the collected walk, it's difficult sometimes when they're a little bit wanting to go in the canter because they know that's just coming up.
that anticipation.
And again, just keeping the jump in the step.
They come to this half pass and canter. Half
Actually
pass.
Drifted past the centre line there, so sometimes it's good just to think a little bit of shoulder forward down the centre line, so you can keep them straight and keeping them thinking through into the outside rein, so then you've got this turn and then thinking about the flying change.
They got it, but
Yeah.
a little late.
Yeah. But again, that could have been a little bit because of the missing the centre line, and then you're trying to correct everything, and then you still haven't got everything where you wanted it after the 10-metre circle, so you're not then riding to the change positively, you're still correcting and maybe, you know, micromanaging what's just happened.
And let's see what they'll do with this second change then, as they move through to the last few movements of this test.
Yeah. Again, yeah.
Just a little late, but they've had some solid parts to this test.
Yeah.
As they come back down the centre line.
I think in the canter a bit, it's just keeping that balance around the turn, and you can see she just pops out a little bit through the outside shoulder every time you come to that point of turn. So you can see then in the flying changes, the straightness wasn't quite there, which affects the change.
just
Finished well.
Just completing their test there goes Halcyon Graf and Evangeline Gaskell, the youngest rider in this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition here at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. And what an afternoon of dressage action we have got in store. We've got another 3 horses to come forward before the lunch break, and then our final 2 sessions of dressage that will conclude the dressage for this 8 and 9-year-old class with that show jumping tomorrow. The show jumping will be live from 8 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll have that 4-star long cross country from 11 o'clock with Nicole Brown and guests taking you through that cross country tomorrow for the 4-star long competitors. But we welcome now into this 8 and 9-year-old class Adam True. Adam comes forward on Sons Court Ambassador, owned by Rosalind Devereux. This 9-year-old Irish bred gelding by Cruising Ambassador. Adam, who runs a competition yard near Kent, produces horses and does a lot of teaching.
Again, a different strategy before you going in there. He's doing a few more transitions.
And as a rider, do you sort of have a set sort of, would you vary it to the horse that you're riding, or do you have sort of just a set sort of, this is what I do before I go in for my test?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you don't quite know how long you're going to have before you're going in, but for me it's about when you're out there, it's all about first impressions, isn't it? And, you know, you want to show the horse off to the best of its potential, and even just doing a few bigger transitions outside to show the control and the accuracy in the way you're riding maybe just helps get that little bit extra mark when you just first go in, because you can show the correctness in the way of going, and unfortunately step right behind there. And a little bit slow to get away in the trot again. And the interesting thing is as well, even just turning off the centre line there, how brave can you be to get as far down there to then make a turn off the centre line, not just then drift into the corner.
He asks now for the first of those medium trots. Adam True, Saunders Court Ambassador.
But he's riding well, and the horse is going well for him, and he got into a nice
Shoulder in.
nice shoulder in.
For the next of those medium trots.
Showed a nice difference. Again, maybe just
Just
a little bit braver, and
don't know if they're just having a little, just a little look at the flower there.
I think he almost showed too much difference coming back there, didn't he? He was like maybe a stride early.
And for the extended trot.
Better. But even sometimes, even just as a bit of a picture-wise, maybe just having the rein a little bit shorter so you can feel that little bit more connection, because there, Adam has his hands nice and still and together, but maybe the horse is just a little bit strung out in front. So he's showing that true picture, and there, a nice transition to walk. He shortened his reins there.
Now these dreaded pirouettes for these riders, and really tough movement on these 8 and 9-year-olds in this age class, not yet fully established at the 4-star level.
It's just a little bit quick, which then swung the quarters out a little bit. That one was a bit better. And I think, when you're coming into the first pirouette, again, like I was saying before, use the turn after you come back into walk to almost get them on the hind leg a little bit more and getting them in front of the legs, so the first pirouette doesn't come as a surprise. Because I think they can often come a little bit open to the first pirouette, and then you end up with the quarters swinging out or a bit closed, and you end up with them getting a bit stuck.
No, but this
Just keeping it together now. Getting ready for the canter.
will there be the anticipation? Well, there.
He's looking nice.
It comes back to the collected.
Yeah.
Good transition there. As Adam True and Sons Court Ambassador move into the canter part of this test.
And like there, he was nice and straight down the long side. It's feeling how much can you go and how much can you press, because at the end of the day you've got to get them back at the end of the long side as well. So he was nice and through in the half pass. Quarters just swung a little bit on the centre line there, but now you're just sort of trying to get the revs going a little bit so you can then get them together for this flying change. A little bit late behind. But again, with these young horses, it's
all about how you set up, isn't it, for the change? The change just doesn't happen. You're sort of thinking about this a couple of movements before, of just, same movement, you're not, just doesn't suddenly happen. So you've done the half pass, you've gained the centre line, and now you're already thinking about that turn back, and then setting up for that final flying change.
And it's all about just keeping them in front of you. So when you do come to, that was better. When you do come to the change, you've got to be accurate to make sure it's across the centre line, but the judges can see if we're trying to swing them across into the change. They're not dumb in that way of going, so we have to really make sure they're good and straight. And again, he just stepped a little bit right hind, but I still think he'll be happy enough with that test.
Yeah, just stepping slightly out there in that final halt and salute to our ground jury members, Andrew Benny at C and Amanda Miller at E in this 8 and 9-year-old class at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. And we've just had one horse break into the top 10 at the moment today.
And I think when you watch Imogen's test, you can see where she was being a little bit braver in the movements, and she was trying to just get every single mark out of that horse. And I think you can really see from her to, with her horse is 9, it's got a little bit more experience. And with these less experienced horses, it becomes a little bit more of just trying to get through the test, and just where we're going for the average mark instead of trying to go for the 8s and the 9s.
And some scores in for Matthew Glenworth, 4th right. Score 33.3. That's good enough to put them into 23rd position going into the show jumping phase. As we just see Adam True and Sons Court Ambassador at the bottom of our screens exiting the arena. We'll wait for his score with interest. Oh, it's just being calculated. And Housing Graf and Evangeline Gaskell, the horse, is just in there before Adam True and Sons Court Ambassador They score 37.5. That puts them into 34th position at this stage of the competition. Now coming into the arena for Great Britain, Hayden Hankey coming forward on his own, and Catherine Witts. 8-year-old gelding by Obus Quality, Heads Up. This horse, who went to Leon Donge last year to compete in the 7-year-old World Young Horse Championships, finished 5th, and they've had some good intermediate and advanced runs this season. They come forward for their first 4-star test. Hayden, such an experienced rider, a real horseman. He hunts, also a very good show rider. He's won numerous accolades at the Horse of the Year show. Spent time with David Nicholson in his younger years in the racing sphere. Just such a great producer of young horses.
He's very smart, isn't he? And you know, he sits very nicely on a horse, and there you can see the work in the trot is just on a bit of another level, isn't it? He's a very smart horse as well, and I wish my Obus horse moved like this.
And a good start to the test.
A little bit of a wobble in the shoulder in. You know, he's quite a big mover, so it's keeping it underneath you and keeping it straight. So, and there the trot was much better. And
the overall picture is just look at me. You're just taking the boards there slightly.
You know, and you're working on the short side in between the movements as well. You can even just scrape a mark by just making the judges go, look at me. Do you know what I mean? And how can you present every second of the horse to them? And he's doing a good job by doing that. You can really see he's working through those short sides, getting the elevation in the trot and really showing it off.
So in fact, Heads Up, they did actually compete in the 4-star at Berghem in July. They scored a 29.0 that day. So they're capable of doing a very good test. This horse only 8 years old.
It's nice. You see there was no disruption to the rhythm through the trot to the walk. It was very smooth, and it became a positive transition, so now he can really ride the walk instead of trying to correct something that happened underneath him. And he went very wide for the pirouette. Just lost a little bit of balance towards the end, but it was true in the pirouette, and see how he does the second one. And you can see Hayden looking over his shoulder a bit to help through the pirouette. That always tends to help in your body to keep the horse underneath and encouraging them to just step around the inside leg.
It's a solid test so far.
Yeah.
Now comes for this extended walk, really trying to get that over track where the horse is almost putting their back foot over the print of the front foot on the ground. And now coming back for the collected before the strike off into the canter at C.
That was a shame because he went to canter and then almost drew back and then went again, so maybe just lose a mark for not coming completely through, and now he's set away and he's working well down the long side. Came back nicely there. It's quite often from this point of view you can see how the horses come back. You know, when we're really going for it, they can quite often just swing the quarters a bit or get a little bit unbalanced, and against the hand there he stayed really straight and nice through the hand. And he's showing a good activity in the canter. You know, Hayden's doing a really good job of keeping the activity and showing that he can really ride the horse forwards. The change was true, it was just maybe a stride early, but you know, in this test, I think in the test it says, you know, we've got a stride either before or after the centre line to play with, so he won't get marked down too much for that. Is that right?
I was just having a look at the test for you now.
Yeah, one horse on either side.
Either side, so yeah, they've just got a little bit of, as you say, Harry, a bit of time to play with. This comes in for the final flying change.
Yeah.
And that was only a horse only 8 years old. That was pretty smooth.
Yeah, I think this one will be a really exciting horse for the future.
This is a horse, I'm going to say it now, could well break into the top 10 in this class.
That's a shame.
This is what you call the commentator's curse. 30.4 is the score of Samantha Lissington and Ricochet in 10th place at the moment. We will await with interest for Hayden Hankey's score on Heads Up. It looked a solid test for them in this Palace Arena. As he just leaves the arena, we've just got one horse now to come forward before the lunch break in this 8 and 9-year-old class. If you've just joined us, myself, Ben King, sat alongside Harry Much, bringing you all the action of this dressage session. We've seen 8 horses come forward. None of them, apart from Imogen Murray and MDS Sandy Hill Zorro, have broken into the top 10 in this session. Imogen going into 9th place. As our last horse before lunch will be Ben Way coming forward on Mrs. Nikki Lay's Gun Law. This 8-year-old gelding by Sloco Candy Boy. Second ride for Ben. He rode yesterday in this class on Ann Sport Simba. Currently sat in 45th place, scoring 39.8. So we'll watch with interest to see what he can score here on this lovely gelding Gun Law. They've got some good form at the 3-star level. They were 14th at Hartbury in the 3-star long, scoring 33.3 in the dressage phase. But as we've said, the 3-star test to the 4-star test, there is a bit of variation. It has got those added movements that they need to do, such as the flying changes and the half passes in canter. So Ben Way for Great Britain, Gun Law, come down the centre line. Ben, who works for Butler Sherborne estate agents.
It's nice and straight. Maybe just came up a little bit in the halt, but then came straight out of into the trot. And Benton sits so nicely. He's very tall, has a very nice way of sitting on a horse, and you know his hands are very still. The contact's very consistent, so he's going to try and get every mark he can out of this test.
Goes across for this first of those medium trots for Ben Way and Gun Law. Ben, not just a good rider, also very good. Has a lot of media commitments at Bablington Burley. Does a lot of work on the radio. I know he does a bit of commentary as well, especially with the team chasing.
This horse has a lovely way of going. I mean, the outline's really nice. It was a shame in the first shoulder in that he just lost a little bit of the consistency to the angle, but you know, we're getting on with it, and there the extended's really straight, really consistent, nice. Came back nicely. And like I was saying before, showing that picture on the short side there, the picture's really nice, and you know, how do you move into the next movement? How do you get everything working well underneath you so you can enter that movement as well as possible? And here the half passes are coming through again, just trying to keep that rhythm all the way to the marker. Little trip.
It's a lovely lovely overall picture. Again, this horse, only another 8-year-old. Obviously we saw Hayden Hankey just before coming on his 8-year-old. Gun Law only 8 years old, so won't have experienced quite an atmosphere like this before.
Yeah, that's good enough.
In this Palace Arena.
Maybe opened its mouth a little bit, which can show a little bit of tension in the rein, but I mean, you can sometimes get away with that as well.
And Ben will be relieved to have got those pirouettes out of the way.
And show off the walk. Really try and get his nose out and forwards, and you know, think about getting those hind legs to step through as far as you can, so you really push that walk. Really trying to get a good overstep, which he's got. He's got a really nice walk. And then you don't want to slow the walk down. You just want to sort of think about connecting, so that you can still think forward in the step. It's just, you know, bringing you underneath and still engaging, so that when you come to the canter, it's still active. Like there, he was good, came up and through. And Ben's a rider that'll definitely push down the long side. He's doing a good job. Just had a little wobble towards the end, like when he was bringing him back, but
that'd be a balance, sort of balance of the horse.
You want to be thinking about when you're coming back, you know, try not to be coming back with the hand, trying to think, you know, use the seat and the leg to engage the hind leg through, so that they almost don't pull you to the back into the corner. They're sort of stepping back into the corner.
What will he do now, the first of these flying changes? Well, they got it.
Yeah, it's a shame, because I mean, there's been a couple of times where the horse has just lost a little bit of balance underneath him, and there it just came at the wrong time. You know, that's the last thing you want to stride before the flying change.
I suppose he's a big horse, 17 hands.
Yeah.
And only 8 years old, so yeah, still sort of, maybe he's just filling out and getting that strength.
But then again, you know, he's doing a good job of where it goes a little bit wrong. He's quick to pick him back up and just work on again, and struggle to get that change through. But again, he got it, and just work on again. You know, there's another movement to come, so how can you pick it up, get it back together, and work on?
And a nice, from where we're sitting, it looks a really good square hold.
Yeah, I'd say an educational round.
Yeah, Ben Way, Gun Law, they complete their test in this 8 and 9 year old class. Our final competitor before the lunch break. It looked a good test for him. A few sort of green errors at times, but he'll have a lot to take away from that. And that looks a really nice horse for the future. We've seen so many horses come through this class and then go on to great things. 2018 we saw a London 52 win it, and we all know what London 52's gone and done. Won Bablington, won an Olympic gold team medal, and is now at the moment in the lead at the World Championships. So just looking now at the scoreboard, and I was just waiting for it to come through. Hayden Hankey heads up. He has gone into the lead, 24.3. He knocks Gillian Bill King, our long-time leader, down into second place on 27.6. And that really is a good score, 24.3. We thought it was going to be a good score, Harry, and it was.
Yeah, he did a really good.
You know, it was a very good test, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, he really worked and showed the horse off to its full potential, and I think he'll be thrilled with that.
So we're just looking now. By the looks of it, I'm just waiting to see what we get an update on. We've got a horse just about to enter the arena. I believe it might be Nora Slough from Morocco coming forward on Heads Up. She was due to come in earlier today and didn't. But I'm just waiting for confirmation of who this horse and rider are. Sorry, Cash in Hand. Nora Slough.
Well, it started really nice. I mean, from what we can see, it's a really nice start to the test, and showed some good work in the trot. So now coming into the extended, and actually went a little bit past the marker to start the extended. So
yeah, I believe this is Cash in Hand and Nora Slough from Morocco. They were due to come in the first morning session of competition. We'll try and find out reasons why they didn't. It might have been that they lost a shoe just in the warm-up. I don't know, but
Can happen.
we now see them coming to the half past to the left and then to the right.
It's actually looking a really nice test.
Yeah, this 9-year-old gelding, Irish bred by Cesar Chan. 14th at Mallow in the 3-star long in July, scoring a 34.6. Now comes round to these pirouettes.
Just a little bit quick. And then because it started quick, then you're trying to slow it down, then it got stuck. A little bit better.
Lived in Morocco till she was 18. Then moved to Samir in France, where she gained a lot of riding experience before moving over to the UK to study at Warwick University and graduated with a BA in Politics and International Relations. And then spent a bit of time with Australian international Bill Levitt as she makes her way round for this extended walk. Lovely.
You know, she's doing
Picture.
everything right, and it just became a little bit unsteady in the hand, but yeah.
And gets the transition nicely there.
Yeah. You know, the trot work was really good. She's showing a good extended canter down alongside. Just a little bit late to come back and use the turn to come back a little bit too much. And then you can see the effect of then you can't ride forwards into the half pass. You're still trying to get that connection, so and then you end up with a little bit of a drift. But then try and correct it around this half 10 to then get the flying change.
Oh, just
And yeah,
we just think cash in hand there. Just maybe thinking, oh,
and it's been a few times with the younger horses. You know, when we end up losing a little bit of balance, it ends up moving into the next movement and into the next movement, and then you have a movement like the flying change where it really does expose then the straightness underneath you.
but no, we'll put that behind her and
Yeah.
see what they can do on this, the second of these flying changes.
Again, just, you know, maybe the changes need a little bit more work. And drifted a little bit past the centre line.
I'm going to say just off the centre line, so she will lose a few marks for that, but big smiles.
Yeah, I think, you know, from what we could see in the trot work at the start, the test started really nice, and, you know, the walk was really good, and the canter just maybe a little bit of balance issues, but I think she'd be happy with that.
Yeah, Nora Slough completes her test for Morocco on her own, cash in hand. What a lovely test it was. Our final horse of the session before the lunch break. And we've seen some lovely tests today. We'll just have a look at that leaderboard at the moment with Hayden Hankey heads up going into the lead, 24.3 ahead of Gillian Bill King on Darren Superstar for the United States of America on 27.6. That knocks Sarah Bullimore, Vita AP, down to third on 27.8. Imogen Murray, who came forward earlier today, in the top 10 there on MDS Sandy Hill Zorro, 30.3. So those two riders, Hayden Hankey and Imogen Murray, the only two riders to break into the top 10 so far of today's sessions. But we've got another two dressage sessions to come forward. The first horse down the centre line will be Eliza Stoddard and Codebreaker at 2:15. Tune in just before then and you will not miss a thing. Well, welcome back to the Blenheim International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club for the second time. We are going to just start our 2 sessions after lunch for this dressage in the 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition. And I'm delighted to be sat alongside Emily Young-Jameson, who rode in this morning's session on OBS Nidge. Emily, great to have you here.
Thank you very much.
And our first competitor of this afternoon sessions is coming forward. This is Eliza Stoddard for Great Britain, coming forward on Mrs. Sue Bracken Frisbee's, Mrs. Georgina Stoddard's, Mrs. Heather Sandals, and Miss Eliza Stoddard's. Eliza's horse herself, it's Codebreaker, this 8-year-old German-bred gelding by Cody, coming forward in their first 4-star competition. This combination got a lot of experience. They were national 5-year-old champion. They went to Leon Donjay last year in that 7-year-old world championships. As she takes that medium trot, and it looks to be a solid start for Eliza, Emily, over the first few movements.
Yeah, they had a really good straight entry, slightly rested a leg, hind leg, but now the trot work looks really good.
This combination, they've got some good form at the 3-star level this season. Dressage marks been ranging between the 28 to 32. Real sort of expressive movement, lovely picture. And now it's the extended trot across the long diagonal. It's always difficult. You never know how much to ask for there, Emily. Eliza sort of could have been. Was she playing it quite safe, I think?
Well, I think you just want to come out the corner and then make sure you're on the straight line before you go, and then make sure you do a good transition at the end to return to the collected trot.
Eliza moving confidently through those half passes to the left and then the right. Now we come to the walking part of this test with the pirouettes. We've seen a range of pirouettes over the 2 days of dressage action here. So what are we looking for in a good pirouette here? What's the
So you want the hind legs always moving, and you want them to turn the shoulder around whilst always maintaining a forward step. Looks nice and relaxed here.
Yeah, Eliza, very experienced rider. Part of the silver medal winning pony team back in 2008. National junior champion in 2010. Ridden around Burley, Babington up to 5-star level. A member of the Nation Cup, various Nation Cups teams. A great producer of young horses. It's her second ride in this class. She currently sat in 30th place on Idonna W, score of 35.6. I'm sure she'll be hoping Codebreaker can better that score. She now moves into the canter phase of this test. Test being ridden today, the 4-star Dressage Test A, in front of our ground jury members, Andrew Benny, the president of that ground jury at C, and Amanda Miller from the USA at E. And your thoughts on the test so far, Emily?
I think it's it looks a good test. It looks nice and relaxed. He's got a really nice expression. He's got a very good balance throughout the test.
And that's what we're seeing with a lot of these young horses. It is all about trying to maintain the balance in some of these movements, especially with their half pass and coming to the change.
So that was a clean change, just slightly lost its balance before the change, but did get a good change on the centre line.
And the overall picture from Eliza Stoddard and Codebreaker, it looked one of harmony and balance and good. I say Eliza will be delighted with that smile on her face. Codebreaker's ears pricked, almost there stopping for a pick of grass, very relaxed. And a good way to start this afternoon sessions after lunch. Great test from them. We'll see what they do on the scoreboard. I'll just have a look at that score at the board at the moment as it stands. Leading the way just before lunch, Hayden Hankey went into the lead on Heads Up, 24.3. Gillian Beale King, Darren Superstar, 27.6. And Sarah Bullimore, Avita AP, 27.8. The only other rider to break into the top 10 has been Imogen Murray and MDS Sandy Hill Zorro, 30.3 so far over the 3 sessions we've had of dressage. And if we just look a little bit further down that leaderboard, we've got Samantha Lissington, Ricochet in 11th, Danny Evans, Monbeg Just Blue, and we see Louise Bradley, Pontstown Brave. They came forward this morning to sit in a respectable 14th place on 31.2. Katie Belloc, Rosemount Blue News, 32.7, bringing up the top 20. So coming forward now, our second horse of this afternoon session. This is a ride for Helen Wilson. Helen coming forward on MCS Maverick. This 9-year-old gelding by Mill Law, owned by Mrs. Sarah Ross. British bred. This combination already competed at the 4-star level. They were 9th at Houghton Hall. Dressage of 32.6 for them that day. And they had a good last run at Wellington in the advanced a couple of weeks ago, just outside the top 10. A good start there, Emily.
Yeah, started off with another good centre line.
This shoulder in. What are you trying to achieve with the shoulder in, and then this sort of medium trot across the short diagonal?
So in the shoulder in, you want to be on 3 tracks with the inside shoulder on the inside track, and then straighten up into the medium across the diagonal.
Helen, very experienced rider, works at the Billy Stud. There's Pippa Funnel is base. Pippa riding in this 4-star long format competition at the dressage happening in the arena the other side, and that's got the cross country happening tomorrow from 11 o'clock as we see Helen Wilson and MCS Maverick going across for the extended trot. Helen, who was 6th here last year in the 4-star long competition on her horse, other horse, My Ernie. My Ernie's then gone on to finish 21st at Burley this year a couple of weeks ago. So Helen, a very experienced rider, as she just goes through those half passes. And the overall impression so far, Emily, the horse actually looks really relaxed and going nicely.
Yeah, I think he's portraying a really good picture.
And what?
Possibly not quite as relaxed as the other horse in the walk. Just got a little bit stuck there in the pirouette. Wants to get on with it.
And this is a movement now, I've been saying it a lot, but it's a harder movement to do than it actually looks. This extended walk, trying to get that horse to stretch and get that over track.
They can just get a little bit anticipating here, knowing the canter's going to come at sea.
And as a rider, is there anything you can do to try and always stop them anticipating? Do you feel,
Just have to stay quiet, little half halt, keep the legs on them.
That's Helen Mitchell, MCS Maverick. Looking a good test so far. 10th place at the moment is Samantha Lissington, Lord Scenic on 30.0. Can she break into the top 10? I don't want to fate it, but this is the part of the test where it can all be marks, can be lost. It's the changes.
That was good.
That was very nice.
Helen's a lovely quiet rider. The horse is really getting a lot of confidence from that.
And the half pass is in the canter. You don't have this at the 3-star level, so this is what makes the difference between the sort of main differences between a 3-star test and a 4-star test would be the half passes in canter and these flying changes. I guess another nice flying change.
Yeah, actually was a little bit late behind, but still stayed in a good rhythm.
And that's what good dress is. Sort of rhythm is so important in the dressage.
Yeah.
As MCS Maverick and Helen Witchell complete their test in this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition in the Palace Arena. We've got a score in for Eliza Stoddard and Code Breaker, our first horse in after lunch. 28.5 their score, so that is good enough to put them into 5th place, just behind Cooley Snapchat and Selena Milnes on 28.4, and just ahead of Tom Jackson and Newton Belize on 29.2. Obviously all these horses show jump tomorrow morning. First horse into the arena at 8 o'clock, and this show jumping is very influential here. That ECRA ratings stat, it's so great to have ECRA ratings on board producing us all these stats, but there is only a 28% clear rate in this 8 and 9-year-old show jumping, so it's an influential part of the competition, and there is less than a show jump separating the top, well, from 2nd to 15th, less than a show jump, so it is very tight. Obviously Hayden Hankey has got a bit of a cushion on that 24.3. If he was to drop a pole, that would, and everyone else jump clear, that would only drop him down to 4th place. As we welcome in now our latest starter. This is a lady who was in the commentary box earlier on today. Lucy Jackson for New Zealand, coming forward on the 8-year-old Dasset Showman, owned by Mrs. Gillian Greenless. This Irish bred horse by Tolinar. This first 4-star competition for them. And Lucy, a very experienced rider. Had top 20 placings at Bablington and Burley. Represented New Zealand at World Games. And was the first reserve for those London Olympics for New Zealand back in 2012. That's it, showman. Lucy Jackson for Great Britain come down the centre line in this 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. A nice first halt there, Emily.
Yeah, he looked really good.
And as you set off in the first few movements of the test, obviously I'm guessing you're trying to settle the horse and yours nerves in this sort of type of environment.
Yeah, and I think it's quite hard in this test. Like, it gets started straight away into shoulder in and then the medium and then back to the shoulder in. I do think the shoulder in sets you up nicely for the mediums though, which does help settle them a little bit.
Let's see now, Lucy. Shoulder in before going across for the next of those medium trots. And in that medium trot, the judge is looking for that regularity, the rhythm, and the elasticity and lengthening of the stride. But we're really going to want to see a real lengthening of the stride now for the extended trot.
Lucy just showed a good transition at the end there, just to get him back into the collected trot. Possibly was a little bit quiet for the extension, but
this horse with the Dasset prefix, meaning it was sourced and produced by Kate Rocher-Smith and her team at Dasset Eventing. Kate Rocher-Smith, who's got such a great eye for a horse. Sold a lot of horses all over the world. Works very closely with Richard Sheen in Ireland, who has that Cooley prefix. And Kate, who is competing here in this 8 to 9 year old class on Dasset Select. They currently sit in 30th place on 34.7 as Lucy Jackson, Dasset Showman, come through those pirouettes, and I think Lucy will be glad to get them out of the way. And is there a technique to getting the horse just to stretch and get their sort of nose sort of just relaxed and pointing out tall?
I think just letting the rein out and sort of moving your seat with the horse just to allow him to encourage to stretch forward.
And is it something that you can can you train a horse that can't walk that well to, can you improve a horse's walk?
You can. I think it takes a little bit of time, but you definitely can get them better.
That's Lucy Jackson now down for the extended canter. It's been interesting to watch riders, how much they've asked. Some have really gone for it and others have been a bit more conservative. I suppose that comes down to depending on what sort of horse you're riding.
Yeah, and I guess how confident they feel in the ring.
So now Lucy coming to the first of these flying changes. And what happened there?
So clean change, just slightly hollowed, but Lucy just gave him a nice pat just to encourage him to say it's okay and keep going.
We'll see what they could do for this second of their flying changes. Dasset Showman, Lucy Jackson.
That was lovely.
Was that better than the first one?
Yeah.
And that what, because it wasn't as late, or?
No, so that was a clean change and stayed round.
And final halt, what are our thoughts? What's happening here?
Good.
From here, that looked pretty square for me. I know, obviously.
Lucy looks very happy.
You've got two members of the ground jury, different angles, but big smile on Lucy's face. She'll be absolutely delighted with that test the 8-year-old Dasset Showman has produced. Definitely a horse for the future, and this competition has seen so many good horses come through it. 2014, Ferry Diamino and Janelle Price won. They then went on to compete at the Olympics in Rio at 2016, and won the Lamoulan 5-star in 2018. You then look sort of NZB Land Vision, Sir Mark Todd winning here in 2010. They went on to win Bablington in 2011. So we really are seeing the stars of the future in this class here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you for the second year by the Jockey Club. And we will wait for Lucy's score with interest. Just waiting on MCS Maverick's score and Helen Wilson. They just went in just before Lucy. Just waiting for that to be calculated. as our next starter into the arena will be a man who is judged by ECRA ratings. Horses all on the data. Looking, it is Stephen Hill and IOO Joe, and based on his 6-run international run average of his dressage scores, it's 28.1. So this is putting IOO Joe as the best dressage horse in the field based on their last 6 international tests. This IOO Joe, owned by Mr. Geoffrey Burton, Dutch bred, 9 years old, by Solaris Umarux, their first 4-star together. This horse, a new ride for Stephen, reduced up to the novice level by Samantha Hobbs, and then to the 3-star level by Piggy March. Stephen, who's had 2 top 10 finishes at the 3-star level this season on it at Rockingham and Hartbury. Let's see what they can do as they enter the arena. Stephen Hill for Great Britain, IOO Joe. And your thoughts on the entry there?
Good canter, nice, good picture.
He just raised his head.
Slightly wandered in the halt a little bit.
Stephen Hill now makes his way around first off those shoulder ends before that medium trot. Really smart, very dashing sort of black horse, really eye-catching. Got some lovely movement, really relaxed, and you sort of say quite uphill.
Yeah, it's really uphill and it's really active, isn't it?
That's the word I was looking for, active. Stephen, a great producer of young horses. He won the National 7-Year-Old Championships at Osberton last year on a horse he's produced up through the grades, that being Quidam Deluxe. Definitely a rider, only 29 years old, based in Gloucestershire, building up a really good string of horses as he comes to those half passes. And the half passes, the judge is really looking for that crossing over.
Yeah, the crossing over with the shoulder leading and a good bend in the neck.
Now coming to those dreaded pirouettes. Slightly stuck in the first of those, or?
He still kept moving, slightly wider maybe, just got a little bit stuck there, but back on the line.
Now the extended walk for Stephen Hill and IOO Joe. It's looking like a solid test so far, but he's now got that canter work, and we've seen a lot of horses lose marks through the canter.
That was lovely.
And what was that? Just, it was really accurate and
yeah, really accurate and straight from the hind leg into the canter. He's got a lovely expression, this horse, isn't he?
I was going to say he is correct, and really, it is an actual. The overall picture in dressage, it is. Yes, you've got the movements, but it is just that overall perception that the judges are looking for. Obviously, you do get the collective marks at the end, which is sort of like a double worth double, aren't they? And that's looking at the sort of the harmony of the horse and the rider. And they do look very harmonious. Stephen really riding every movement. And this being their first 4-star, that's the first time they would have done those half passes in canter, because they don't do them at the 3-star level. And now the changes, which they don't do either.
Good.
That was a nice change.
Yeah, he got both changes.
See, I'm pretty untrained when it comes to dressage, so I always have to just check, because Stephen Hill, IWO come in to make their final halt and salute.
Oh.
And in the main, Emily, it was a pleasing test.
I think so. I think he'll be really pleased with that.
And we've got some scores in for Helen Wilson and MCS Maverick. We saw them earlier on. 15th position for them, score 31.0. And Lucy Jackson, a Dasset Showman, they score a score of 31.8. That's good enough to put them into 20th position at the moment. And we will wait on IWO Joe and Stephen Hill's mark. It really did look a pleasing test. Blenheim Palace bathed in this beautiful autumn sunshine. It really is so great to be here with top quality competition. We're seeing some of the world's best young horses coming forward for this 8 and 9-year-old class, and what a roll of honour it has produced. It's produced 5 5-star winners, horses that have won this. 5 of them have gone then on to win 5 stars, but it's not just the horses that win 5 stars. Avery back in 2009 was second in this class behind Piggy French, or Piggy March as we know her now, on Flying Machine. Avery went on to win Burley not once, not twice, but 3 times back in 2012, 13 and 14. Chilly Knight was third in this class in 2019 under the then Gemma Tassels, now Gemma Stevens, and she won Bicton 5-star last year as Gemma Tassels, then had that proposal.
Yeah, that was so exciting, wasn't it?
Now riding as Gemma Stevens is next down this centre line in this 8 and 9-year-old competition. Cooley Goodwood and Mark Davidson. Cooley Goodwood, an 8-year-old by Obus Quality, owned by Mrs. Susie Wood, carrying that Cooley prefix, meaning sourced and produced by Richard Sheen over in Ireland. Cooley horses all over the world. Such a great eye for a horse. And this horse is a new ride for Mark, formerly ridden by Piggy March, who rode Cooley Goodwood to 4th place in the National 7-year-old Championships last year. Mark, who is based up at Piggy's, but really building up a good team of his own horses. They had a good last run when they were 3rd behind Halo, who will be coming forward later with Piggy March in the advanced 8 and 9-year-old class at Aston the Wolves.
Looks like he's off to a strong start.
And when you say a strong start, just the overall presence and accuracy, just sort of, the horse has got quite a lot of movement.
Yeah, good entry, good immobility in the halt, good in the shoulder in, and then showing a difference in the medium.
And that's what the judges are looking for, that difference. He moves across the long diagonal for that extended trot. Mark Davison and Cooley Goodwood. Really exciting young horse. Second in the 3-star at Burnham Market in April. And then 3rd in the 3-star Long at Houghton Hall in Norfolk back in May. So some really good form coming forward into this 8 and 9-year-old class. How will he fare in these pirouettes?
Pretty good.
Lot to like in those pirouettes. So
Yeah.
kept moving.
Kept moving.
Now that extended walk, looking for that regularity, the lengthening of the steps and the outline, really looking for
Just
the
had
overtrack.
little spook at the flowers there.
Because there is a lot to take in for these young horses in this 8 and 9-year-old class. You know, a lot of them haven't been in an environment like this before.
And I think sometimes there is a screen just on the left which they don't notice until actually you're in the arena. Sometimes it just catches their eye. Just had a little bit of a slow strike off.
The main screen.
Not to the right. There's another one on the left, which actually was off when we did our arena familiarisation. So I think now it's on. It sometimes can just catch the.
As Mark Davison, Cooley Goodwood coming now into the canter movements. You mentioned the arena familiarisation. That's just when you get to bring the horses in the night before, just to sort of walk around on a long rein.
Yeah, show them the arena, and let them get used to it a little bit before you have to go in and show them off.
And that flying change there to the untrained eye, that looked good. No? Just
Yes, it was slightly after the centre line, but that's.
so it is the accuracy is important. Obviously, these are young horses, so just a little bit then, I suppose you say late.
Well, you're allowed to be one horse's length either side of X, so I think he'll.
So coming through to the half pass, Mark Davison, Cooley Goodwood, this exciting 8-year-old grey Biobus quality. They've got the flying change and then the halt. And they hold it together. This test has looked good. To break into the top 10, you need to be scoring a sub 30 now.
Good halt.
Really good hold. As Mark Davison and Cooley Goodwood, they complete their test. We will wait with their score with interest, but we've now got a score in for IWO Joe and Stephen Hill, who just came in just before Mark, and they were the Equa Ratings sort of best horse in the field with that 6-run average of 28.1. They've gone and scored a 28.7, and that is good enough to put them into 7th place at this stage of the competition. There we see it, the board, Eliza Stoddard, 28.5, 6th Stephen Hill, and IWO Joe. So correction, I said 7th, I was outdoing Stephen Hill. IWO Joe, 6th place. Tom Jackson, Newton Belize drops down to 7th on that 29.2, and those scores are tight. Flora Harris bringing up the top 10 there. Monbeg Alcatraz, 29.9. Flora was the last horse in yesterday's session, and I know she was absolutely delighted with her mark. I saw her out walking the course this morning, early doors before the dressage action got underway, just making sure she knew exactly where she was going. Although the dressage isn't till the cross country isn't till Sunday, these riders will be walking the course a number of times before then. Because how many times have you walked the course? Have you been out, had a good walk round?
I've walked it twice so far.
And your thoughts on the course?
Yeah, I think it looks good. Ready to attack it.
No, nice and inviting David Evans track. As now we welcome into the arena. This is a ride for Ireland's Sarah Innes, coming forward on the Andrew Cox owned Action Lady M. This 8-year-old Irish sport horse bred mare by Plot Blue. Some good form as a 7-year-old, where they were 22nd at Leon Donje in those Young World Horse Championships. And they've got some really strong 4-star short form this season. Been scoring around the sort of 34 to 38 mark in their 4-star dressages. So we'll see what they can produce here. Sarah, such an experienced rider, represented Team Ireland on numerous occasions. 7th at those individually at those European Championships out in Stregom in 2017, and 5th at the World Championships out in Tryon in 2008 individually, and part of that silver medal winning team for Ireland as she settles into the early part of this test. This horse, only 8 years old, has had 3 4-star short runs so far, this being their 4th. So I'm sure it's a horse Sarah thinks a lot of. Just comes into those half passes. Nice bit of a...
Yeah, showing good bend in the half pass.
And as a rider, when you're coming in now, you take the pull, you come back into walk. Is there anything that you're particularly doing to prepare for these pirouettes?
So you just want to try and collect the horse before you ask for the pirouette.
Sarah then really having to use her legs to guide Action Lady M around. Sarah, who's come over from Batterstown, County Meath, over in Ireland, running Stella Sport Horses, where she lives with her husband and young son James. James very much into his riding. I'm sure it's a name we'll be hearing in the not too distant future on the eventing circuit at the pony level. Now we move into the canter element, that extended canter down that long side. This is where the judges are really looking for the rhythm and length of stride and that straightness before moving into the half pass. I'm guessing as you turn off round that bend, you really need to get the horse's hind leg underneath you, do you?
Yeah. Got the change, but went a little bit crooked to the right.
Oh, I see what she does here now, going round.
Gets the bend and then goes sideways.
So with this half pass, you come across to the middle, and then it's all important to get that straightness.
Yeah.
And we just see there, Action Lady M just slightly coming off the centre line, just ever so slightly. Sarah very quick to correct.
Good.
And this looking a solid test. This was only 8 years old. I'm sure a very pleasing. Really taking in the atmosphere. Nice halt and salute.
Pleased.
And if you're just joining us, we are about 3/4 of the way through the first dressage session of the afternoon. Myself, Ben King, joined by Emily Young-Jameson, going through this dressage phase of this 8 and 9-year-old CCI 4-star short competition here at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. And what a great job the Jockey Club have done at putting on this event, and it is so great to see so many people here enjoying it, and they've got some great partners on board. Paul Roger, the official champagne sponsor. Obviously Paul Roger have got a real connection with eventing, but also Blenheim Palace. Paul Roger being the favourite champagne of Sir Winston Churchill, who was obviously born here at Blenheim Palace and is buried not far away, just in Baden, about a mile away from here. Boodles the Jewellers, the quintessentially British, the only remaining family-run owned jeweller on London's Bond Street. It's so great to have them on board. Obviously they do a lot of sponsorship within the racing, sponsors of the Gold Cup at Cheltenham, NFU Mutual Insurance Company. Great to have those guys on board as well. We've got Bentley, and there's some lovely cars. If you are coming to Blenheim over the weekend, do go and visit the Bentley stand. They have got some lovely cars on display, as well as there's the Perfume de Marly. Their stand is right next door to Bentley, and they do have some gorgeous smelling perfumes for the males and the female. Do you like your perfumes?
Yes.
No, some people I say, oh no, they make me feel sick, or they do, or they don't. No, it's so great to have a whole range of partners on board supporting this Blenheim International Horse Trials. As we now welcome into the arena, this will be for Ireland, Ian Cassells, coming forward on Wooden Farm Jack Odie, this 9-year-old gelding by Jack of Diamonds. This combination who were third in the 4-star Ballon-Dennis back in September last year. This season they've been 8th at Mill Street in the 3-star long in June, and were 2nd in the 4-star long at Mallow in July, scoring a 36.4. Ian, who 28 years old, lives on his family's dairy farm just outside Dublin, has an agricultural and science degree. As he settles in to the early stages of this test. No, apologies, it is not Ian Cassells. This is Victor Burton from France, and this is Dali Bugot, this 9-year-old mare by Top Gun Smelly. So Victor, very experienced rider, rides as Oliver Townend's stable jockey. Victor, who's represented France at junior level, winning that silver medal in Jardy in 2013, and won team gold in the Young Rider Championships in Montebreti in 2018. This their first run at the 4-star level. France's Victor Burton and Pugal. Just settling in now to the extended walk. Thoughts on the test so far, Emily?
I think making quite a nice picture. probably not the biggest moving horse, so you want to be hitting the marks with the accuracy.
And that's where the accuracy is just so important.
Yeah, it's just try not to give away any marks, isn't it?
As now coming into the canter movements of this test. The test being ridden here is this 4-star test A. See, they do have the 2 tests, test A and B. This is the test that was ridden last year in this class as well. Test that seems to be producing a nice overall picture, nice sort of impression. We'll see how he does with the change here. Just a little bit off there.
A little bit crooked and a little bit late.
Before coming down the centre line, see what sort of halt and salute he does here.
A little bit abrupt into the halt, but good halt at the end.
As Victor Burton and Dali Bugal, this lovely 9-year-old mare, they'll be delighted to have completed their test in this Palace Arena, in this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition. Their first run at this 4-star level. As we just look at the leaderboard as it stands at the moment, myself, Ben King, joined by Emily Young-Jameson, bring you all the action as it unfolds here in this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition. And still leading the way, Hayden Hankey heads up the 24.3, Gillian Bill King, Darina Superstar 27.6, Sarah Bullimore, Avita AP 27.8. But we've had some movement. Stephen Hill went into 6th place on IOO Joe there, 28.7. Eliza Stoddard went one better in 5th place on Codebreaker, 28.5. And they're the sort of the 2 horses from today's dressage that have broken into the top 10 as it stands at the moment. As we will wait now for our next horse to come forward in this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition. And it's a lady that was out walking the course earlier on today before all the action got underway with Robin Dumas. Robin, who is a great sort of trainer and has got Rosamond Green school cross-country schooling down in Somerset, and a great venue it is. It's Alicia Port. Alicia coming forward on Demi Louveau. Alicia, who works for Convex Insurance as a equine and bloodstock underwriter in London. Obviously trained by Roman Dumas. And this horse, Demi Louveau, 9 years old, French bred by Vigaussies, owned by Alicia herself, Mrs. Karen Port, Mr. Niall McKibben and Mrs. Sue Port. And interesting enough, there is some pressure coming forward because Niall McKibben is actually Alicia's boss. He's head of underwriting at Convex Insurance. So some real pressure, not only riding for family members, but also your boss as well. As she enters the arena with that halt down the centre line. This horse produced up to the novice level by Gaspard Massoud. Alicia taking over the ride last year. Their first run at the 4-star level was at Barbary Castle, where they scored a 39.7 in the dressage. And they've had a good last run at those intermediate championships at Gatcombe in August, where they finished 14th. It's moving into the extended trot across the diagonal. The overall picture so far, Emily, in your eyes, how's the test going for Alicia at the moment?
I think Alyssa's just doing a good job trying to give her confidence and keep her calm and positive in the test. Probably not the biggest mover in the trot, but it's creating a good picture so far.
That's what it is, that overall impression is so important in this dressage phase. Now coming to those pirouettes.
Just getting a little bit fragile in this walk. Just needs to keep those hind legs stepping forward.
So Alicia, obviously, the show jumping phase is very influential, as we keep saying, in this 8 and 9-year-old class. Only a 28% clear rate, but Alicia did jump on at London in the Global Champions Tour last year. So a lady that's definitely got a good eye over the coloured poles. Should be hoping for a good, solid start here. Just a little bit of tension there. Would that be in the walk?
Yeah, it's just slightly anticipating, I think, knowing that the canter's coming. And once we're in the canter, away again.
Now coming into these half passes. The difference between having these half passes in the canter as opposed to just having them in the trot, just requiring, I'm guessing, a lot more suppleness, and there's a bit more crossing. As then we come for that first of the flying changes. How did that look to you?
Yeah, Ali's doing a good job. She got the change.
Just, what's that?
Just missed that one.
So later on in the test, listen now, just put that behind her. Just nail this final halt. I say Alicia will be absolutely delighted that, really had to nurse Demi Louveau through some elements of that test. In the walk there, just showing a little bit of tension, but overall a really nice picture and a good test. We'll see what she scores. We'll await with that score with interest, as we've got a score in for Ireland's Sarah Innes and Action Lady M. They score a 32.9, so that's good enough to put them into 26th place at this stage of the competition. Victor Burton for France, Dali Bougal, he scores a 37.1, putting him into 43rd place. So we've just got the two horses left in this first session of dressage before a break after lunch, and next to come forward is a lady that's won numerous medals at junior and young rider level at European Championships. She's also had a good ride around Bablington this year on her flagship horse, RSH Contendor. where she finished 21st. Today she comes forward on the 8-year-old Shadow Mini Moon by Clancarrick Dolphin. This horse owned by Ms. Vicky Collins and Mrs. Avrina Melton. Really striking looking grey. Always interesting to see some riders, how riders sort of approach coming around this arena. Some like to stay in trot, some do some canter, and then sort of some back into halt, and a few transitions. Do you have a sort of set pattern on what you do, or does it depend on the horse?
I think it depends on the horse, and I think Felicity's just trying to settle her before she goes in. And some horses are better in canter than trot.
Felicity finished 10th at those intermediate championships at Gatcombe last time on Shadow Mini Moon. Really lovely looking 8-year-old mare. A lot of presence. Felicity also riding in the 4-star long competition here on RSH Contendor. They produced a good Tessa yesterday to sit in 4th position overnight.
Felicity showing good angle there in her shoulder end.
Now coming for this extended trot. I mean, this horse only being 8 years old, there was a small element of extension, but I'm sure as the horse progresses up the levels, that will get bigger. Moving to these half passes, then hitting that centre line before moving back across to the track.
You can see the horse really wanting to try. It's just got half an ear on what's happening outside the arena.
And we've seen quite a few horses wearing them. Actually, they've got the if we look at the horse's ears, they've just got these sort of the fabric earpieces on them. They're just sort of cotton. They haven't got any sort of cotton wool or anything in the ears. Obviously, they will be checked later by the FEI delegates as they leave the arena. But it just sort of helps settle a horse, doesn't it? Having those sort of cotton ears on.
Yeah, it just sort of slightly muffles the sound, I guess, a little bit.
Just comes through those pirouettes. She can now breathe a sigh of relief as she goes for that extended walk. So really looking for the steps and the acceptance of the contact and the freedom of the shoulder, looking for that over track. Shadow Mini Moon there just coming above the bit. Say just preempting his.
Yeah, I know. Just preempting and just. That medium always feels like a mile away when it's so far to get to that canter.
And then I suppose it's quite a nice relief, because then you've got the extended canter down the long side if you're on a horse that is getting a little bit tense.
Yeah.
Coming to the first of these flying changes. And she got it, but just came above the bit slightly.
Yeah, good change. Just slightly came a little bit hollow and a little bit sideways, but.
And would that be a strength, sort of?
Yeah, this horse is only 8, isn't it?
Yeah.
So the movements are quite new for him.
Going round now to the second of these flying changes for Shadow Mini Moon and Felicity Collins. Felicity running a good test here on this lovely grey 8-year-old. Definitely a horse for the future. And it's so nice to see all the riders. They all seem to finish with a smile on their face and some, big pats of appreciation for their horses. And they'll all be coming back into this arena tomorrow. Show jumping taking place from 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can tune in live on this stream if you're not coming to Blenheim. So just our final horse of this dressage session this afternoon here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials in this 8 and 9-year-old class. It will be Emily King coming forward on Miss Minnie Cohen-Dienan's Imposnant. This 9-year-old Dutch-bred gelding. And a score in for Alicia Port, Demi Luvo. They have a score of 43.3. So Emily King, Imposnant, coming forward. Emily, a very experienced rider, ridden on junior young rider teams, really establishing a good team of horses with her partner Sam Aykroyd, based up in Cheshire. Obviously daughter of Mary King, who was a linchpin of Team GB for so many years. And Emily really carving out her own career and having a lot of success. This combination got some good 3-star form this season. Second at Kelsall Hall International in April, 24.9 their dressage, and then 7th at Mill Street in that 3-star long there on a 28.6. So some good marks at the 3-star level. What can they produce here? Really big, imposing horse, Emily.
Yeah, it's really impressive, isn't he?
Big smile on Emily's face as she salutes Andrew Benny, President of the Ground Jury at sea. Gets into the first of these trot movements, that shoulder in to the medium trot. Judges there just looking for a difference before coming back to the track. And this looks a pleasing start for Emily and Imposnant. That overall picture really uphill.
Really uphill, really good activity. Good bend in the half pass.
You're really looking for that crossing over in the half pass from the left end to the right.
You see, this horse has a lot more confidence in the arena than the younger horse that we just saw.
which is really interesting because, it is an atmospheric arena up here, and these young horses, it does sort of some sort of deal with it better than others, and obviously this horse being 9, having that extra year of experience really helps. So come into those pirouettes. Now trying to get that relaxation for the extended walk. Really get that over track. And that, to me, I don't know, that looks a really nice walk.
Yeah, look really good.
Really riding every stride, Emily. Getting into the elements of the test that Imposnant won't have done before. At an international level. Half pass in the canter to that centre line, then they need to get that straightness. Coming back round for the flying change.
Good change.
And that's where we've seen horses really drop a lot of marks in this young horse class. It's the changes. We've seen varying degrees of
Good straightness.
acceptable changes, should we say. And a big smile on Emily King's face as Imposnant and Emily King, they complete their test in this 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club for the second time. We've had such a great day of dressage here. It's the second day of dressage. We've got one final dressage session to come. That will start at 3:40 with Flora Harris for Great Britain going down the centre line on Class Vista. If we just bring up the leaderboard, we'll just see how it's changed following this session of dressage this afternoon. Hayden Hankey heads up, leads the way, 24.3. No one went ahead of him in this session, but breaking into the top 10, Eliza Stoddard, Code Breaker, 28.5, sits in 5th place. Stephen Hill, Idabolo Joe, 28.7. Samantha Lissington there, Lawson, they're on 30.0. They came forward yesterday. So we just look further down. Helen Wilson, MCS Maverick, they produced a really nice test to break into the top 20, 31.0 to sit in 17th place. And in 20th place there, Aaron Miller, who did his test yesterday. Cooley Exchange, 31.6. They're your top 20 as it stands at the moment in this 4-star short 8 and 9-year-old class here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. We've got one session of dressage left. Come back at 3:40. Flora Harris, Class Vista. We're going down that centre line. I must say a big thank you to Emily Young-Jameson for your help on this commentary. It's been great to have you on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for
And
having
before
me.
you go, I must ask you one question. Thoughts on the course on Sunday?
The course looks great. Lots of questions, but I think a really good David Evans track.
And will you walk again before Sunday?
Yep, I'm going to go out and walk now and then a few times tomorrow probably.
Brilliant. Well, we wish you the best of luck, Emily, and thank you very much. It's been great to have you on. And 3:40, the first horse goes down the centre line Flores Harris Class Vista in our last session of dressage. Well, welcome back to this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition, our final session of dressage. We've had 2 great days of competition, and to start us off, we welcome into the arena Great Britain's Flora Harris, coming forward on Class Vista. Class Vista, this 9-year-old gelding by Ostrus, owned by Flora. Flora already having a horse in the top 10 in Monbeg Alcatraz, who did their test yesterday, 29.9. And they come forward. This lovely 9-year-old gelding, got some solid 3-star form, done 2 4-stars short this season at Blenheim, 35.8 their score, and at Bersham a 27.4. And I'm delighted to be sat alongside Tina Cook to talk us through this final session of dressage. Tina, how are you, and what's your thoughts on the test so far?
Well, Flora is always very capable in this phase, and so much experience of what is really needed, and she's very strict with her schooling with the horses, gets them very uphill. Horse looks a little bit stiff, and through that first left half pass was a little bit more sort of leg yielding than actually bending through its middle in the half pass, because it really exposes it as you're going down towards the judges, down towards see if they lose a little bit of suppleness. Hasn't really made any mistakes, just through a little bit of tension, getting a bit stiff. But now back into the walk, which can be so tricky for these young horses, and there she didn't ask for too much. Kept the flow, but not that was bit better, nearly got a little bit stuck with the hind legs standing still, but he's allowing her to ride him in the walk. You know, we're seeing quite a few young horses, this is a young horse class, but some that have come in here and thought, my goodness, this is all quite exciting, and then losing their rideability, whereas this horse is still allowing Flora to ride him. And being able to show a little bit of difference, just steadying the horse up so that the judges can see that you are aware that you need to just shorten your reins a little bit, get the horses back in the contact so that you get a nice clean strike off like she did there. And being accurate, you know, you don't want to be throwing any marks away at this level. The horse there just got a little bit tight down the rein, down the contact, little bit of tilting of the head. He's keeping up in a nice outline, so she's really got that. Now use the corner to get a better, and he's better in his canter half passes than he was in his trot. You want the horses to keep dead straight. You can see that judge eyeballing you down on the centre line. You look them in the eye and say, yes, I am really wanting to keep my horse straight. Did a clean change. The horse just slightly hollered as he went into the change, but it was a clean change.
And that judge being Andrew Benny at sea, the president of the ground jury.
There, didn't really come round the corner into that left canter half pass, and it was the same, interestingly, in the trot. It's not so good at left half pass. Each horses can be different. It's like people, some people are more left-handed and right-handed, easier one way than the other, and it can be the same with the changes. Actually, Flora worked very hard to get the clean change. She got a clean change. And you can see that this horse is very much working progress. It's done a good job, and when it learns to let go a little bit more and its trot work, it doesn't really know what it's doing. It almost got his hind legs so standing on the same spot it nearly lost its balance. But you know, he's gone in there here, he's had a good experience. I think the trot will naturally improve as he gains experience, so I don't expect that to be a leader, but the horse, they've done a good clean test.
And Flora looked absolutely delighted with that. A good solid test from them. She'll have 2 horses hopefully in the top 20. She's got Monbeg Alcatraz in 10th place, but we'll have a look at that leaderboard at the moment because there was a bit of change. Our last horse going in to the dressage before the break And what a score they posted. Emily King in Poznan, 25.2. So good enough to sit in front of now Gillian Bill King and Darina Superstar, 27.6, our long-time leader, before Hayden Hankey and Heads Up went in on that score of 24.3. But Emily sits in between them now. So our podium top three, Great Britain, the USA, and there Bill Levitt, Sligo Candy Kane, bringing up the top 10. So then we look now, we welcome into the arena now. This is for New Zealand, Caroline Powell. Caroline coming forward on Mr. Chris Mann's Greenacres Special Cavalier. This 9-year-old by Cavalier Royal. They actually ran in this class last year as an 8-year-old where they finished 29th. They posted a 33.8 on that occasion in the dressage. So we'll see what they can do here. This season their 4-stun runs have been solid, around about the 30 to 32 mark area. Caroline, such an experienced rider, represented New Zealand at those 2000 Olympics, part of that bronze medal winning team, and obviously had 7 Bablingtons and 5 Burleys, and one of those in 2010 winning on that horse that was a horse of a lifetime, Lenamore.
Caroline, very competitive. Great to bring a young horse back into this class again. She obviously felt that she didn't want to put her around the long format. She's quite a big, strong mare, but very elegant. She's a very uphill, and she maybe felt that this wasn't the place to test her over that further distance cross country. They're both doing this exactly the same dressage tests, and Caroline has all the experience in the world and ridden so many different types of horses that she's felt that this has been the right choice for her, or she may be taking her on to another long format event such as Buccolo, which is a great event to go to for an experience for horses. And the fact that she's ridden the mare here last year will mean that she's wanting to come here this year, I am quite sure, to be trying to win it.
There comes across the centre line, oh sorry, the long diagonal I should say, for that extended trot.
And she puts in a, it's a nice picture. The outline, the mare is very consistent, and that's really important. Good crossing there, good bend, clean change of direction, and that's important, especially in this class when we've had some young horses that haven't coped with the atmosphere so well. The fact that this mare has been in this arena under this sort of pressure last year, she would have come on from that. And Caroline knows how to school these horses and get them ready for this level of competition, and she's got a little bit stuck in that pirouette, only slightly. You just want them to keep moving their hind legs as they're still turning, patting on the spot. Yes, just. And she's building up constantly, working on building up young horses, having to sell some horses owned by people that actually really enjoy the journey of the horses and taking them up through the grades, and you can get them some international trips as well, which can be great fun for the owners and the riders as well. And I imagine that this horse has other events still to go to in this season. Our season's getting towards the end, but we're lucky now that the rain has come across Britain and in Europe, and that should be getting better ground for these horses to do these longer formats. And it's come just in time for here at Blenheim. The grass is really coming through, and these arenas have coped incredibly well, because sometimes by the time you've had 80-90 horses going around the same track, the arenas can get quite firm, and they're not. They're actually holding up unbelievably well.
The team here have done a magnificent job, haven't they? It really is all about progression of a horse, and as you say, Tina, there are the bigger picture. Some of these horses probably going on to long formats later on in the season.
And this mare actually doing a really super test. She's lovely to watch. Caroline absolutely sitting beautifully still. You can hardly see her moving, keeping her hands really still, and the mare just dancing underneath her. So, they're posting. We don't see the scores, unfortunately, up on the screen here, but just a little wriggle there, which only the judge at sea will see. The side-on judges might not notice that, but she's been very good. Little slightly shorter step behind to get the really good marks, but I would say just from pure consistency, this should be posting a good mark.
Well, to go into the top 10 now, horse and rider combinations, we're going to need a sub 30. We've got Bill Levitt, Sligo Candy Cane, 29.9. And if you're going to get into the top 20, you're going to need a mark of 31.4. Scores so tight at the top, even down into 20th place. As Caroline Powell and Greenacre Special Cavalier complete their test. We see that is the top 10. Will they trouble the top 10? Well, time will tell. We'll wait for their score with interest. As Tina said, it looked a really solid test, and by the looks of it, just coming up on my screen now, Greenacre's Special Cavalier, Caroline Powell for New Zealand, they've gone into 8th place. You said it was a good test, Tina, and it was 28.9, just going ahead of Tom Jackson and Newton Belize on 29.2, and just behind Stephen Hill and IOO Joe on 28.7. So there we go, 8th place for Caroline Powell and Greenacre's Special Cavalier. Obviously these horses coming forward to the show jumping phase tomorrow morning. Show jumping starting here at 8 o'clock. And if you're just joining us, it's myself, Ben King, sat alongside Tina Cook as we watch the last few horses come forward in this 8 and 9 year old class. We've got 4 horses left to come forward, and the next of them is for France. This is Martin Descott and Daliblo de Ems. This 9-year-old gelding by Curis Demari, 18th at Lyon as a 7-year-old back in 2020. And they come here with having had a good 7th place at Jardy in France there in July in the 3-star short with a dressage of 31.3. Martin, a very experienced rider, ridden up to the 4-star level. And it's been really interesting, Tina, watching sort of how different riders and horses have approached just canting around the arena before entering. Some like to have more of a trot, some like to canter. I'm guessing it's horses for courses sort of thing.
Yeah, totally. And you can have some. There's no reason that you can't walk in on a loose rein and walk around the arena. It's really how you feel your horse can cope. Sometimes horses, if you do quite a lot of cantering and then they come back to trot, you can get a better trot out of them. And I always remember Carl Hester talking about that, even with the pure dressage horses. Sometimes his warm-up will be in canter, so that then the horse's trot is always better after the canter, and that can work for you before you do a test, and so it's all the time is sort of jiggling with how your horse is feeling as to what your game plan is. And Martin was trotting around and cantering around in quite a relaxed way, and you see a lot of the French riders do ride their horses quite soft and on a loose rein, and a lot of their training is done in that way, in a very forward way. And in fact, they're like that when they ride cross country. They can post some very quick times because they are naturally quite quick riders. and allowing the horses to use their own athleticism and find their own balance. And to me, that seems to be very much the sort of slightly French way. But this horse has got off to a nice start. He's not the biggest of movers. It isn't doing anything particularly wrong to be getting the big marks. Seems to be coping well with the atmosphere.
Yeah, 'cause there is a real atmosphere now. There's a lot of people watching there in the sort of the members area, and there is a real buzz and atmosphere for these young horses to take in.
And it's great to see French competitors that have come over to the UK. Travelling the horses now into Europe is quite a palaver with all the paperwork that needs to be done and the expense. So in the past, it used to be quite easy to jump on the ferry and away you go. Now it's quite a big deal, whichever way you're going. So it's great that Martin has felt that this is a competition that he's wanted to aim his horses for, and that he's come over here to compete over here at Blenheim, which is lovely to see.
Yeah, that's real recognition for the Jockey Club. Competitors coming from far and wide. We've got riders from Ireland and France, and as Tina says, getting over now, going either way, it's not as easy as it used to be, and it's a lot more expensive.
And for most competitors, now that are competing, have owners, and it's really where your owners. I try and discuss with owners what you'd like to do. Would you like to aim for a foreign trip so it becomes a holiday, and that you can work your work commitments around sometimes where the horse is going. And where people are planning to have holidays, and that's what makes the whole sport fun for everybody involved.
And really, it is serious, but it is for the owners. It is what it is all about. It's trying to make it enjoyable, fun, and having a good time.
Yeah, nobody in their right mind would be coming into this sport or any horse sport for the money. You're doing it for a lifestyle. You're doing it for a business to produce the horses for selling. But unfortunately, the cost of putting on events is so high that prize money isn't such a draw that you're doing it for solely for that reason. So it is ultra important that the owners that are supporting the riders with the horses, that everybody enjoys each other's company and that it's very much fun. And this horse is not established in its changes at all, and you could see that on the approach it automatically put itself in a position by wriggling around and not allowing itself to do a change. So unfortunately the canter work has rather let it down, so it won't be one of the better tests that we've seen today, but they've completed that and onwards, and I bet it's jolly fast when it goes cross country because it looks quite a sort of sporty, speedy one.
It's a lovely looking horse and very relaxed now, just having a little scratch as it just gets ready to leave the arena. So they've just got the 3 horses left to come forward in this 8 and 9 year old class here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials, brought to you by the Jockey Club. And what a great job they have done. It's beautiful to see Blenheim bathed in this autumn sunshine. As next to come forward is a lady that really knows no introduction needed. Our reigning Burghley winner, winning on Via Chimera only 2 weeks ago. It's Piggy March coming forward on Halo. Halo, a German-bred stallion by Humphrey, owned by long-time supporter Ms. Jane McGibbon, really big supporter of Piggy's, and that wonderful horse, Corrie Quest Echo, that Piggy won the Team Silver on at Le Moulin in 2019 at those European Championships. Halo, a stallion produced up to the 3-star level by Kevin McNabb, And Piggy's taken over the ride this year. Really big looking, lovely imposing stallion. Won the advanced at Aston Walls in the 8 and 9 year old class there. And it is third rated in the field in terms of its dressage scores. An average dressage score over its last 6 international runs of 28.5. The only two horses above that are Darcy de la Rose, Georgie Campbell, and IWO Joe, Stephen Hill, who are both in the top 10. So it'll be interesting to see what Piggy can do here. And a lady you must know very well, Tina.
I do, and she's one of the nicest people on the circuit. And so for anybody that's watching, watch this girl ride, because she is so thorough, so accurate, and how she does everything. The horses look fantastic, and I haven't seen this horse for a little while, and how he has changed shape and got stronger, and he's put on so much muscle and absolutely fantastic top line. He looks great from head to toe, and she is so strong at this phase as well. She's been taught by one of the best from her youth, from Ruth McMullen, and Ruth McMullen is a complete legend in help bringing on Pippa Funnel, just to name these two, Piggy March and Pippa Funnel, in the same breath. They are just the best of working their horses in such a kind, workmanlike manner, and so accurate and so strict with themselves of how they train their horses. Halo, just a little bit of a skip as he did that extended trot, not established totally yet in that extension, and she just had to support him. And then as she came around the corner, you can see Piggy just made sure him trotting forward up to her hand before coming into the half pass. It's a very elegant picture. Horse absolutely beautifully turned out, especially when they're that white. That takes an awful lot of cleaning.
That's testament to Amy Phillips, Piggy's travelling head girl. I mean, she's got an amazing team at home, but Amy, who travels to all the events with her, and really does turn out these horses to such a high standard.
And this horse wouldn't be the tallest of horses, but now that he's put so much muscle over his quarters, it makes him look bigger and stronger. And, you know, she's been busy with him since taking on the ride this year. You know, he's been competitive at nearly all the events she's been to. She's had several wins under her belt, and they really have got off to a flying start. And a stallion as well. You know, Jane McGivern wanting to start up a breeding empire, and to have a stallion that is going out and competing and winning like this is so exciting for the March team.
No, and the horse did do its first 4-star international test at Hartbury, scoring a 31.6. It was withdrawn from the show jumping and cross country. Obviously, there's probably a plan in mind to come here, but it was a good score there, posted of 31.6. Whether we will go better than that, time will tell. Going down that long side in the extended canter. Piggy
riding for every movement. You can see her just asking the horse to really go forward, and an example from a world-class rider that she is of how you can really gain the marks through every movement, just through accuracy and keeping the horse listening. Oh, he was late behind there, so that wasn't so good. She needs to be doing a clear round. This is a very competitive class, and looking at the top 10, there's some very good horses and combinations there that have posted very good results in the one-day circuit.
Yeah, we're going to need a sub-30, well, sub-29 now to break into that top 10.
Piggy will have brought the horse for this class. This will be a real good feather in his cap if he can get a really good result here. That was better with the change. She just waited for that extra stride, so she'd got the straightness to get the clean change, and she did. She could easily be taking him to do a long format somewhere else, but here, this is such an important class now, and it's really high on the list of events that you want to bring a young horse to. It's so prestigious, and it's a great introduction to Blenheim. And Piggy should be very pleased with him. He's gone really well, and I think will be very much up there, if not taking the lead, but it'll be very, very, very competitive for sure.
Well, we will keep an eye on the score and wait for that to come through as Piggy March and Halo complete their test in this sunbathed Palace Arena here at the Blenheim International Horse Trials. And as Tina said earlier, or a moment ago, so many good horses have competed in this competition and then gone on to great things. Oslo in 2011, ridden by William Fox Pitt. That year later on, went on to win Poe 5-star. We've got NZB Land Vision, Sir Mark Todd, winner of this competition in 2010, and went on to win Bablington in 2011. Piggy March, who we've just seen, actually won the first running of this competition back in 2009 on a Flying Machine. So a lady that definitely knows what it's like to win here, also having won the 4-star long format competition on Brookfield Innocent.
Well, she has a very long list of accolades over the years, and it's very much still in our minds, her fantastic win at Burley on Veneer Chimera just a couple of weeks ago.
And Tina, you predicted it. Give us the score.
Oh, well, that is actually fantastic. Piggy has gone into the lead on 21.3. So she is ahead now of Hayden Hankey and heads up on 24.3, with Emily King in third on 25.2. Well, that just really shows accuracy all the way through, and just the consistency that has put her on top. It was a lovely test to watch.
It really was. But from one Team GB rider to the next, we now welcome into the arena, as we just see there, now the top 10. To break into the top 10, Tom Jackson to 29.2, Newton Belize. You're going to have to go better than 29.2 to get into this top 10. Can our next rider do that? That is Sarah Bullimore coming forward on Mr. Brett Bullimore and Christopher and Susan Gillespie's Irish Trump. This 9-year-old gelding by Futurus Trump. It's got some solid 4-star runs. Their dressage has been ranging between the 26 to 30 mark, and Sarah's such an experienced rider, winning that individual bronze medal at those European Championships last year in Avanche on Corraway. She's already got one horse in the top 10, Vita AP, sat in 5th place on 27.8. Can she get a second horse into the top 10?
Well, this horse is... I was about to say he's a little bit bigger than some of her other ones. A lot of her homebreds have been quite small, feisty little horses, as much as we think of Koroi, Avita as well.
Yes.
And this is a bigger horse. This isn't a homebred, I don't believe. But Sarah is very elegant and knows... You know, we've had a lot of training. She's been in the sport a long time and looks very, very smart. And it is a visual when you're watching dressage, if there is that harmonious picture between the rider and the horse. And Sarah very much gives off that impression. This horse wouldn't be the best of moving horses that she's got, so he just needs to be accurate. He showed a bit of tension then when she did the shoulder in and asked for the medium trot, and he just broke into canter. So unfortunately that obviously ruined that movement, but also showed to the judges that the horse is a little bit on edge. So now he's got to really settle and just say, no, look, that was one mistake, let's get back into this test. It's quite a flowing first half until we then have to go into the walk. And because he's quite a big horse, he actually tends to just drop his neck and get a little bit behind the vertical where he's putting his nose into his chest a little bit, which is easily done if you're a bigger horse. Like, he's got quite a rangy walk, and when you're trying to hold them together, sometimes if it means for the horses, instead of them sitting behind, they might just bend in their neck. And as they get older, and some of these horses are still relatively young in their career, as they get stronger, they're able to carry them and balance themselves better.
Sarah can breathe a sigh of relief now after going through those pirouettes.
But he's got a very impressive walk. He's got a big overtrack of really swing, and the extended walk, you can really make up some marks in the walk work from this horse's point of view. You just have to be very subtle when you shorten the reins, that the horse just shortens his stride and slightly shortens his frame slightly, so that you show a difference between the extended walk, and when you have to then collect the horse's back to make sure you get the clean strike off. And seeing enough people miss the strike off there, which can be frustrating as you practice walk to canter all the time at home. But when you really need to do it in a test, sometimes the horses go, what were you asking me? Like, really? And this is quite a big horse to hold together. It's supple enough. There's potential that it can go and do a good test.
And being a big horse, I'm guessing probably more suited to being on the international circuit than the national circuit, where the arena is obviously a lot smaller.
Yes, exactly. And, you know, it's actually a joy when you get into the big arena like this. It's actually, when you go into Europe, they actually have their young horses start off in these big arenas. It's only in Britain that we expect our young horses to go around in a 20 by 60 metre. So actually it's quite nice to bring them into the bigger arena. He's a little bit stiff there in his left canter half pass, and you could just see him just shaking his head going, I really don't want to bend anymore. And Sarah's like, I need a little bit more bend in that half pass. So he's trying, but he's finding it quite difficult. And there's a very nice change when he allowed her to ask him for it. So, you know, there's a lot of potential, and sometimes these bigger horses take a bit more time to mature and sort out their balance. And he came around the corner, nearly halted early, and then halted now. So there was a lot to like. She's given him a good pat. Yeah, there were some mistakes, but there was also some really good stuff there to take away with.
Which I'm sure Sarah will be delighted with. Obviously, Tina mentioned her homebreds. Obviously, she's got a lot of horses on the ground by Lily Corain that she made her senior debut on back at Blair Castle in 2015. That mare now got a lot of good offspring on the floor. As Sarah leaves the arena, and we await for our final competitor of the last 2 days of dressage. This will be for Belgium, Cyril Gravelic, coming forward on El Mundo de Gasco. An 8-year-old mare by Ballet de Rouet, as we just caught him there at the bottom of our shot. Just acknowledging President of the ground jury there, Andrew Benny from New Zealand, as he trots on by, and we'll just see him nod his head and acknowledge Amanda Miller, the judge there at E from the USA. So our final horse of the day and of this dressage phase of this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short competition here at the Blenheim Palace International Horse Trials. For Belgium, it will be Cyril Gravelic and El Mundo de Gasco. This being their first 4-star short competition. Cyril, who is rode on junior and young rider teams, is actually based in Bordeaux in France. This lovely 8-year-old mare has posted some good scores on the national level, trending around the 35 mark.
It is actually, sorry to correct you on that, it's actually gelding. just in case anyone thinks you're going mad.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed, Tina. I'm very pleased you pointed that out. I've actually got the wrong information. I've got a mare here, so that's fine. We'll go with yours is the up-to-date crib sheet. Thank you very much.
But it's lovely to see the European ride. He's come from Bordeaux. You know, that's a long journey to be coming over here to the UK with any horses, and if you're able to bring a team of horses over, but to come over this class, it just shows how much it means to the riders, and this is obviously a path of progress that he wishes to choose to come all this way to educate these young horses. So, you know, it's not the biggest of horses, and with nice medium trot, but you hope that it will progress into a bigger trot if it's going to be one of the dressage leaders. But at the moment, it's just a safe trot. It's not the biggest of horses, and he's quite a tall man.
This horse actually finished in the top 10 at Leon Danger at those Young World Horse Championships in 2020. So as a 6-year-old.
Well, you know, it's nice to be able to follow horses, because the Leon Danger Championships, there are a lot of very good horses that go there, and there's plenty of atmosphere from there, and the horses to come on and be competing here, it's the right progression for them.
You know, we've seen a lot of good horses come through those championships and then come into this class and then go on to great things. And overall, so far, it's looking like a solid test, you might say.
Actually, even though the horse hasn't got the biggest, most powerful of paces, actually, when it's going sideways, it's got a certain amount of suppleness that the half pass and shoulder ins have been very nice. It's got a good walk. But it's done quite a lot in its life. So if it's been to Le Leon and done the 6-year-olds, it's been exposed to atmosphere, and it's coped with it. The fact it's come here now as a 8-year-old, and that hasn't buzzed it up. And that's what you always have to think about horses with their temperament. Yes, it's lovely to be able to aim them for a championship, but is it the right thing to do at that stage in their life? Will it cope with it? Will it find it all too exciting that then when it goes up the grades, that the temperament won't cope? Because the temperament, as we can see, is so important with these horses that they allow you to ride them. And this horse has got a nice walk for quite a light framed horse, quite a small horse. It's got a nice walk and an easy walk. It's flicking its head around a little bit. You'd quite like it to keep its head still, but actually the walk itself, it's got a very perfectly striking walk.
So that flick of the head, is it likely to be marked down for that?
Yes, it would do. You know, the judges would like, it needs to keep its head still. The very good marks that we've seen, scores that we've been seeing, are horses that, and the riders that are able to keep their hands absolutely dead still, as we saw with Piggy March just then with Halo, with that lovely stallion Halo. Her hands didn't even move. And so as we're watching this, we're wanting to see the riders getting the horses to do these movements, but not too much body movement. And when the horse is flicking its nose around, that doesn't help. It's keeping its head stiller now.
And what will they make of these flying changes? We've seen a variety of them over the last 2 days.
Yeah, I was a little bit late behind. It rather jumped to the side slightly. He obviously doesn't find the changes too difficult, but just slightly not off the aids as quickly as you would like. But at least the horse didn't get worried about it as it went into the change. Sometimes it can be a bit of a telltale sign with some of these horses that, you know, as soon as they make the turn to come and do the change, they already get a little bit tight and put themselves into a position that they're not going to be able to do the change. And there again, it was late off the aid, so the change was stride late and late behind. So the judges will be pretty harsh on that. Yeah, look, he's happy with that. I would say it'll be a very mid division sort of mark, and the horse has really tried for him. It's got to strengthen up a bit more and get stronger to get the better marks. But there's still 2 more phases still to go.
It very much is. It's not a dressage competition, and that was our 69th and final horse saluting here in the Palace Arena in this 4-star short 8 and 9-year-old competition. What a great 2 days of dressage action we have had. These horses will now go forward to the show jumping arena tomorrow. We'll have a look at the leaderboard as it stands going into this show jumping phase. And leading the way at the top of the board, we saw Piggy March Halo perform an absolutely superb test, 21.3. Second, Hayden Hankey heads up, 24.3. And Emily King Imposant, 25.2. They're the podium positions at the moment. But we do know that show jumping is influential. Only a 28% clear rate in it has. And leading the way, Gillian Bill King on Darren, a superstar for the USA, 27.6. Then we have Avita AP, Sarah Bullimore, Selena Milnes, Cooley Snapchat. A whole host of lovely horses and names coming forward. It really is going to be tight, and you will not want to miss that show jumping. It will all start at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Myself and guests will be talking you through every horse as it jumps, all 69 of them. So join us then at 8 o'clock in the morning for that show jumping phase. Tina, thank you very much for your assistance in this final dressage phase. What a great day of action we have had.
We have, and there's been 2 days, full days of fabulous dressage test actually, and you see some young horses that it'll be really great to watch in the future, watching how they improve and being in this atmosphere. But the exciting part is the jumping phase. Well, it is for me. That's what I love to watch now, to see these young horses come out and perform tomorrow and then their cross country on Sunday. So properly exciting competition coming up, because a lot of those combinations in the top 20 have got very good one day national form. They'll be fighting it right the way through over the weekend.
It's going to be exciting, and you will not want to miss a thing. Tune in tomorrow from 8 o'clock for this 8 and 9-year-old 4-star short show jumping phase in this Palace Arena. We look forward to seeing you all then, and for now, it's a goodbye.